So, Hare Krishna, all the devotees, very welcome to this Gita Jayanti 2020. I can see our guest, chief guest, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu has joined all the way from Manor. Welcome, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, and welcome all the devotees from all over UK and other places. And I can see our Anand Rupa Prabhu is also joined. Excellent. So, as you all know, Gita Jayanti is a special day. It is the day Krishna spoke this wonderful Gita to his friend, most intimate friend and devotee Arjun on the battlefield of Kurukshetra around 5,000 years ago. This is the day Krishna spoke Gita. And the devotees around the world, the devotees of Krishna and the Vaishnavas, they celebrate this wonderful occasion by reciting entire 700 verses and talking about them. So today we are going to do both. We have our chief guest, special guest, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, who doesn't need any introduction to our congregation. So he's been, kindly attending these, Zoom programs. He had done a few programs with us. Navdeep Chandra Prabhu is a monk from Manor, Bhaktivedanta Manor, all the way from Manor. He's been a monk for over 15 years, fully dedicated his life. And he's an ex-Oxford graduate. He did engineering there. And Prabhuji has done several services, has been doing several services in Bhaktivedanta Manor. Prabhuji has almost entirely memorized the entire Gita, 700 verses of Gita. And what a wonderful occasion and what a wonderful personality to have with us today to celebrate this Gita. The structure is that Navdeep Chandra Prabhu mentioned that we would do summary after every 3 chapters. Is that correct, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhuji, if that is that's what works for you, that's fine. I think that's
whatever,
a good way to do
whatever. If you want to do every chapter after every chapter, that's also fine. But we can stick to after every 3 chapters if that is okay.
Yes, I think 3 chapters is a good. It's a good period to.
Excellent. So 3 chapters after every 3 chapters, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu will speak, and we have various devotees reciting Bhagavad Gita. A number of devotees have kindly agreed to recite Bhagavad Gita, and to conclude the event, at the end we will be doing a fire yajna, and our priest for today or His Grace Anandarupa Prabhu and His Grace Sarvagnya Prabhu. They'll be doing this havan from temple. Okay, so without further delay, so I would like to welcome you all again, and we will begin this recitation. But before we start chapter 1, we would just recite Mangalacharan, seek blessings of all our predecessors, and also we'll recite the glories of Gita Mahatmya. So the first chapter recitation will be done by our priest, Anandarup Prabhu. But let me just do the invocation prayers first. So, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Ajnanathimirandrasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshorunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Katamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavam Cha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunadanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padhan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitam Cha. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priyam Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So Hare Krishna will recite Gita Mahatmya. So I will share the screen. I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Thank you very much. And you're able to hear me okay as well?
Yes. Yes.
Hari Hari. Gita Shastramidam Punyam Yapatet Prayatah Puman Vishnu Padamavapnoti Bhayashokadi Varjitaha. Ramon Prabhu, you want to read the English translation?
If one properly follows the instructions of Bhagavad Gita, one can be freed from all the miseries and anxieties of life. One will be freed from all fears in this life, and one's next life will be spiritual.
Gita Dhyayana Shilasya Pranayama Parasya Cha Naiva Shantihi Papani Purva Janma Kritani Cha. Carry on.
If one reads Bhagavad Gita very sincerely and with all seriousness, then by the grace of the Lord, the reactions of his past misdeeds will not act upon him.
Maline mochanam pumsam jalasnanam dine dine Sakrit Gitamruta Snanam Samsaramalanashanam.
One may cleanse himself daily by taking a bath in water, but if one takes a bath even once in the sacred Ganges water of Bhagavad Gita, for him the dirt of material life is altogether vanquished.
Gita Sugita Kartavya Kimmanyaya Shastra Vistarai Yaha Swayam Padmanabhasya Mukha Padmatvinivrushta.
Because Bhagavad Gita is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one need not read any other Vedic literature. One need only attentively and regularly hear and read Bhagavad Gita. In the present age, people are so absorbed in mundane activities that it is not possible for them to read all the Vedic literatures. But this is not necessary. This one book, Bhagavad Gita, will suffice because it is the essence of all Vedic literatures, and especially because it is spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Bharatamruta sarvasvam Vishnor Vinivrushtam Gita Gangodakam Pitva Punarjanmana Vidyate.
One who drinks the water of the Ganges attains salvation, so what to speak of one who drinks the nectar of Bhagavad Gita? Bhagavad Gita is the essential nectar of the Mahabharata, and it is spoken by Lord Krishna himself, the original Vishnu.
Sarvopanishado gavo dogda gopalanandanaha partho vatsaha sudhir bhokta dugdam gitamrutam mahat.
This Gitopnishad, Bhagavad Gita, the essence of all the Upanishads, is just like a cow, and Lord Krishna, who is famous as cowherd boys, is milking this cow. Arjuna is just like a calf, and the learned scholars and pure devotees are to drink the nectarian milk of Bhagavad Gita.
Ekam Shastram Devaki Putra Gitam Eko Devo Devaki Putra Eva Eko Mantrastasya Namani Yani Karma Pyekam Tasya Devasya Seva.
Let there be one scripture only, one common scripture for the whole world, Bhagavad Gita. Let there be one God for the whole world, Sri Krishna. Let there be only one hymn, one mantra, one prayer, the chanting of his name. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Ram, Hare
Let
Krishna.
there be one work only, the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ralman Prabhu, for that. Now we'll begin chapter 1. I will just share the screen. I've got too many screens open, so I'm just confused with too many. Just give me, I've got two screens as well. So let me just myself settle down in 1 minute. So one screen down. Okay, so Sumedha, would you like to share the chapter 1 screen?
Can you just give me
Okay, sure. I will give you that. Yeah. Okay. So make you co-host. Okay. Yeah. Radha Mohan Prabhu also. I will make a few people co-host.
visible?
Yes, we can see that. Okay, so this is chapter 1, and our priest Anandarupa Prabhu has agreed to recite this chapter. Okay, Sumit, whenever you are ready, you can move the screen.
अथा प्रथमोऽध्यायः धृतराष्ट्र उवाच धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेतायुयुत्सवाः मामकाः पाण्डवाश्चैव किं कुर्वत सञ्जयः सञ्जय उवाच दृष्ट्वा तु पाण्डवानीकं व्यूढं दुर्योधनस्तदा आचार्यामुपसंगम्य राजा वचनमब्रवीत् पश्येतां पाण्डुपुत्राणाम् आचार्या महतीं च मूम् व्यूढां द्रुपदपुत्रेण तव शिष्येण धीमता अत्र शूरा महेश्वासा भीमार्जुन समायुधि युयुधानो विराटश्च द्रुपदश्च महारथाः दृष्टकेतुचेकितानः काशीराजश्च वीर्यवान् पुरुजित् कुन्तिभोजश्च शैभ्यश्च नरपुङ्गवाः युधामन्युश्च विक्रान्त उत्तमौजाश्च वीर्यवान् सौभद्रो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्व एव महारथाः अस्माकं तु विशिष्टा ये तान्निबोध द्विजोत्तमाः नायका मम सैन्यस्य संज्ञार्थं तान् ब्रवीमते भवान् भीष्मश्च कर्णश्च कृपश्च सिमितिञ्जयः अश्वत्थामा विकर्णश्च सौमदत्तैस्तथैव च अन्ये च बहवः शूरा मदर्थे त्यक्तजीविताः नानशस्त्रप्रहरणा सर्वयुद्धविशारदाः अपर्याप्तं तदस्माकं बलं भीष्मभिरक्षितं पर्याप्तं त्विदमेतेषां बलं भीमभिरक्षितम् अयनेषु च सर्वेषु यथा भागमवस्थितः भीष्ममे वभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि तस्य सञ्जनयन् हर्षं कुरु विद्यपितामहः सिंहनादं विनद्योच्चै शङ्खं दद्मो प्रथापवान् तथा शङ्खाश्च भैर्यश्च प्रणवानकगोमुखाः सहसैवाभ्यनन्यन्त सशब्दो तुमुलोऽभवत् ततः श्वेतैर्हरैर्युक्ते महतीं स्यनन्दने स्थितौ माधवाः पाण्डवाश्चैव दिव्यो शङ्खो प्रदद्मतुः पाञ्चजन्यन् ऋषिकेशः देवदत्तं धनञ्जयाः पौण्ड्रं दद्मो महाशङ्खं भीमकर्मावृकोदराः अनन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्रो युधिष्ठिराः नकुलः सहदेवश्च सुघोषमणिपुष्पकौ काश्यश्च परमेश्वासः शिखण्डी च महारथाः दुष्टद्युम्नो विराटश्च सात्यकिश्च पराजितः द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्वशस्पृथिवीपते सौभद्रो महाबाहुः शङ्खान् दद्मो पृथक् पृथक् सघोषोधातराष्ट्राणां हृदयानि व्यदारयत् नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमुलोऽभ्यानुनादयन् अथ व्यवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वा धातराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजाः प्रवृत्ते शस्त्रसम्पाते धनुरुद्यम्य पाण्डवाः ऋषिकेशः तदा वाक्यम् इदिमाह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयमेच्युत यावदेतन्निरीक्षेऽहं योद्धुकामनवस्थितान् कैर्मया सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योत्स्यमानानवेक्षेऽहं या एतेऽत्र समागताः धातराष्ट्रास्य दुर्बुद्धे युद्धे प्रियचिकेशवाः संजय उवाच एवमुक्तो ऋषिकेशो गुणकेशर भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम् भीष्मद्रोण प्रमुखतः सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्येतान् समवेतान् कुरुनिति तत्र पश्य स्थितान् पार्थः पितॄनथा पितामहान् आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रान् पौत्रान् सखीं सतान् श्वशुरान् सुहृदश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य स कौन्तेयः सर्वान् बन्धू अवस्थितान् कृपया परयाविष्टो विषिदानब्रवीत अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेमं स्वजनं कृष्ण युयुत्सुं समुपास्ततम् सिद्धान्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपथुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्ष च जायते गाण्डिवं संसृते हस्तात् त्यक्चैव परित्यज्यते न च शक्नोम्यवस्थातुं भ्रमति चे मे मनः निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव न च श्रेयो न पुष्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किं नो राजेन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वः येषमर्थे काङ्क्षितं न राज्यम् अन्धभोगसुखानि च तैमेव शिस्थयुद्धे प्राणां त्यक्त्वा दघराणि च आचार्या पितरौ पौत्रा तथैव च पितामहाः मातुला श्वशुरा पौत्रः श्याला सम्बन्धिनास्तथा एतान् न हन्तुमिच्छामि घ्नतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराजस्य हेतो किं नु मही कृते निहत्य धातराष्ट्राणां का प्रीति स्या जनार्दन पापमेवाश्रयेदस्मान् हत्वैतान् ततायिनः तस्मान् नरा वयं हन्तु धातराष्ट्रान् सबान्धवा स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखानि श्याम माधवा यज्ञप्येते न पश्यन्ति लोभोपहत चेतसा कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं मित्रद्रोहे च पातकम् कथं न ज्ञेनास्माभिः पापदस्मान् निवार्तितुं कुलक्षयं कृतं दोषं प्रपश्येभिः जनार्दनाः कुलक्षय प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मा सनातनः धर्मिनष्टे कुलं कृत्स्नम् धर्मोऽभिभवात्युत अधर्माभिभवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रियः स्त्रीषु दुष्यस्तु वाश्रेय जायते वर्णसङ्कर संकरो नरकायैव कुलज्ञानं कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो हेषां लुप्तपिण्डो ददक्रियाः दोषरहिते कुलज्ञानं वर्णसङ्करकारकैः उत्साद्यन्ते जाति धर्म कुलधर्म शाश्वताः उत्सन्न कुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दनः नरके नियतं वासः भवतीत्युष्मः अहो पद्महत्पातं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयं यद राज्य सुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यता यदि माम प्रतीकारं शस्त्रं शस्त्रपाणयः धातराष्ट्रारणे हन्युः तन्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत् संजय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा अर्जुनः संख्ये ततोपसतुपाविशत् विसृजया सरं चापं शोका संविघ्नमानसाः ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे अर्जुन विषाद योग नाम प्रथमोऽध्यायः।
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
कृष्ण कृष्ण
Hare Hare,
हरे
Hare Rama,
हरे
Hare
राम
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Anandaru Prabhu. Now we'll move on to the second chapter. Sumit, shall I share the screen?
If it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that. Just give me 1 second. So, share. Okay. I will share the screen. Are you able to see?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just turning my camera on.
Where are you?
Hare Krishna, I will. Yeah, I can see the screen.
Okay.
Ata dvitiyoऽध्यायः Sanjaya uvacha tam tata कृपयाविष्टम् आश्रुपूर्णकुलेक्षणम् विषीदन्तम् idham vakyam uvacha madhusudana श्रीभगवानुवाच कुतस्त्वाकश्मलमिदं विषमे समुपस्थितम् अनार्यजुस्तमस्वर्ग्यम् अकीर्तिकरमर्जुन क्लैब्यं मास्मगमपार्थ नैतत्त्वय्युपपद्यते क्षुद्रं हृदयदौर्बल्यं त्यक्त्वोत्तिष्ठ परन्तप कथं भीष्ममहं सङ्ख्ये द्रोणं च मधुसूदन इषुभिः प्रतियोत्स्यामि पूजार्हवरिसूदन गुरून् हत्वा हि महानुभावन् श्रेयो भोक्तुं भैक्षमपीह लोके हत्वार्थकामांस्तु गुरूनिहैव भुञ्जीय भोगान् रुधिरप्रतिग्धान् न चैतद्विद्मा कतरन्नो घरीयो यद्वा जयेमा यदि वा नो जयेयुः यानेव हत्वा नरिजीविषामस्ते वस्थिता प्रमुखे धातराष्ट्रा कार्पण्यदोषोपहतः स्वभाव पृच्छामि त्वां धर्मसम्मूढचेताः यच्छ्रेयसस्यान्निश्चितं ब्रूहि तान्मे शिष्यस्तेऽहं शाधिमां त्वां प्रपन्नम् न हि प्रपश्यामि ममापनुद्यात् यच्चोकमुच्छोषणमिन्द्रियाणाम् आवाप्य भूमा वसपत्नरुद्धम् राज्यं सुराणामपि चाधिपत्यम् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा हृषीकेशं गुडाकेशः परन्तपः न योत्स्य इति गोविन्दम् उक्त्वा तूष्णीं बभूवः तमुवाच हृषीकेशः प्रहसन्निव भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये विषीदन्तम् इदं वच श्रीभगवानुवाच अशोष्यानन्वशोषस्त्वं प्रज्ञावादांश्च भाषसे गतासु न गतासूंश्च नानुशोचन्ति पण्डिता न त्वेवाहं जातु नासं न त्वं नेमे जनाधिपा न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे वयं मतः परम् देहिनोऽस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमारं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरप्राप्तिर्धीरस्तत्र न मुह्यति मात्रा स्पर्शास्तु कौन्तेय शीतोष्णा सुखदुःखदा आगमापायिनो नित्यास्तां तितिक्षस्व भारत यं हि न व्यतयन्त्येते पुरुषं पुरुषर्षभ समदुःखसुखं धीरं सोमृतत्वाय कल्पते नासतो विद्यते भावो न भावो विद्यते सतः उभयोरपि दृष्टोऽन्तस्त्वनन्योस्तत्त्वदर्शिभिः अविनाशी तु तद्विद्धि येन सर्वमिदं ततं विनाशम् अव्ययस्यास्य न कश्चित् कर्तुमर्हति अन्तवन्त इमे देहा नित्यस्योक्तशरीरिणः अनाशिनो प्रमेयस्य तस्माद्युध्यस्व भारत य एनं वेति हन्तारं यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौ तौ न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यशाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदि विनाशिनं नित्यं य एनम् अजमव्ययम् कथं स पुरुषः पार्थ कं घातयति हन्तिकम् वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णानि अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावक न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोचयति मारुत अचेद्योऽयं मदायोऽयं अक्लेद्यो शोष्य एव च नित्यसर्वगतस्ताणुरचलोऽयं सनातनः अव्यक्तोऽयमचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयमुच्यते तस्मादेवा विदित्वैनं नानुशोचितुमर्हसि अतच्चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुमर्हसि जातस्य हि ध्रुवोर्मृत्युर्ध्रुवं जन्म मृतस्य च तस्मादपरिहार्येऽर्थे न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत अव्यक्तानि धनान्येव तत्र का परिदेवना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवद् वदति तथैव चान्य आश्चर्यवच्चैनमन्यशृणोति श्रुत्वाप्येनं वेद न चैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यम् अवाद्योऽयं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि स्वधर्ममपि चावेक्ष्य न विकम्पितुमर्हसि धर्म्याधियुद्धत् श्रेयोऽन्यत् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यदृच्छया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारम् अपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रियः पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमीदृशम् अतश्चेत्त्वमिमं धर्म्यं सङ्ग्रामं न करिष्यसि तथा स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापम् अवाप्स्यसि अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ते व्ययाम् सम्भावितस्य च कीर्तिर्मरणादतिरिच्यते भयाद्रणादुपरतं मांस्यन्ते त्वां महारथ येषां च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यस्यासि लाघवम् अवाच्यवादांश्च बहून् वदिष्यन्ति तवाहिता निन्दन्तस्तव सामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखातरं नु किम् अतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गं जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महीम् तस्मादुत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धया कृतनिश्चया सुखदुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभौ जयाजयौ ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापम् अवाप्स्यसि एषेता विहितः साङ्ख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्विमं शृणु बुद्ध्या युयुक्तया पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहस्यसि नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमप्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात् व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिरेकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखा ह्यनन्तश्च बुद्धयो व्यवसायिनाम् यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्त्यविपश्चितः वेदवादरतः पार्थ नान्यदस्तीति वादिनः कामात्मानः स्वर्गपरा जन्म कर्म फलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्या गतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां तया पहृतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिः समादौ न विधीयते त्रैगुण्यविषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान् यावनर्थ उदापाने सर्वथा सम्प्लुतोदके तावन् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्रह्मणस्य विजानतः कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भुर्मा ते सङ्गोऽस्त्वकर्मणि योगस्थः कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्ध्यासिद्ध्यो समो भूत्वा समत्वं योग उच्यते दूरेण ह्यवरं कर्म बुद्धियोगात् धनञ्जय बुद्धौ शरणमन्विच्छ कृपणाफलहेतव बुद्धियुक्तो जहातिह उभे सुकृतदुष्कृते तस्माद्योगाय युज्यस्व योगकर्मसु कौशलम् कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणः जन्मबन्धा विनिर्मुक्ता पदं गच्छन्त्यनामयम् यदा ते मोहकलिलं बुद्धिर्व्यतितरिष्यति तदा कन्दासि निर्वेदं श्रोतव्यस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविप्रतिपन्ना ते यदा स्थास्यति निश्चला समाधावचला बुद्धिस्तथा योगम् अवाप्स्यसि अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य का भाषा समाधिस्तस्य केशव स्थितधि किं प्रभासेत किमासीत व्रजेत किम् श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रजाहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थ मनोगतान् आत्मन्येवात्मना तुष्टात् स्थितप्रज्ञास्तदोच्यते दुःखेष्वनुद्विग्नमनाः सुखेषु विगतस्पृहा वीतरागभयक्रोधः स्थितधीर्मुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्र नाभिस्नेहस्तत्तत्प्राप्याशुभाशुभम् नाभिनन्दति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते छायं कूर्मोऽङ्गोऽनीव सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिनः रसवर्जं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततो ह्यपि कौन्तेय पुरुषस्य विपश्चितः इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रसभं मनः तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आसीत् मत्पर वसे हि यस्येन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसा सङ्गास्तेषुपजायते सङ्गात् सञ्जायते काम कामात् क्रोधोऽभिजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति रागद्वेषविमुक्तैस्तु विषयानिन्द्रियैश्चरन् आत्मवशैर्विधेयात्मा प्रसादम् अधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिराशोपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो ह्याशु बुद्धिर्पर्यवतिष्ठते नास्ति बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभावयतः शान्तिरशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणां हि चरतां यन्मनोनुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायोर्नावमिवाम्बसि तस्माद्यस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागृति संयमी यस्यां जागृति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुने आपूर्यमानम् अचलं प्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापा प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे स शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान्यः सर्वान् पुमांश्चरति निःस्पृहः निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः स शान्तिम् अधिगच्छति एष ब्राह्मी स्थितिः पार्थ नैनं प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थित्वास्यम् अन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं गच्छति ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे सांख्ययोगो नाम द्वितीयोऽध्यायः
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण
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 हरे 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 राम
राम राम हरे हरे.
Thank you, Sumit. I think that was quite quick. Second chapter, 22 verses. So now we'll request our Grace Priyarani Mataji to recite third chapter, but just a quick announcement, like for those who joined us a little late. So after every 3 chapters, we have a special guest, is Grace Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, who is we will be summarizing those 3 chapters. So after Priyarani Mataji speaks, His Grace Navdeep Chandra Prabhu will summarize, and after every 6 chapters, we will try and take a quick break. So now moving on to the third chapter. So just one second.
तृतीयोऽध्यायः अर्जुन उवाच ध्यायसि चेत् कर्मणस्ते मता बुद्धिर्जनार्दन तत्किं कर्मणि घोरे मां नियोजयसि केशव व्यामिश्रेणेव वाक्येन बुद्धिं मोहयसि व मे तदेकं वद निश्चित्य येन श्रेयोऽहमाप्नुयाम् श्रीभगवानुवाच लोकेऽस्मिन् द्विविधा निष्ठा पुरा प्रोक्ता मया नघ ज्ञानयोगेन साङ्ख्यानां कर्मयोगेन योगिनां न कर्मणामनारम्भान् नैष्कर्म्यं पुरुषोऽश्नुते न च सन्न्यसनादेव सिद्धिं समाधिगच्छति न हि कश्चित् क्षणमपि जातु तिष्ठत्य कर्मकृत् कार्यते हि यवसः कर्म सर्वप्रकृतिजैर्गुणैः कर्मेन्द्रियाणि संयम्य य आस्ते मनसा स्मरन् इन्द्रियार्थं विमूढात्मा मिथ्याचारः स उच्यते यस्त्विन्द्रियाणि मनसा नियम्यारभतेऽर्जुन कर्मेन्द्रियै कर्मयोगम् असक्तः स विशिष्यते नियतं कुरु कर्म त्वं कर्म ज्यायो ह्यकर्मणा शरीर यात्रापि च ते न प्रसिद्ध्येद कर्मणा यज्ञार्थात् कर्मणोऽन्यत्र लोकोऽयं कर्मबन्धना तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्गसमाचर सह यज्ञा प्रजा सृष्ट्वा पुरोवाच प्रजापति अनेन प्रसविष्यध्वम् एष वोस्त्व इष्टकामधुक् देवान् भावयतानेन ते देवा भावयन्तु वा परस्परं भावयन्तः श्रेयःपरम् अवाप्स्यथा इष्टान् भोगान् हि वो देवा दास्यन्ते यज्ञभाविता तैर्दत्तानप्रदायैभ्यो यो भुङ्क्तेस्तेन एव स यज्ञशिष्टाशिनः सन्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषै भुञ्जते ते त्वगं पापा ये पचन्त्यात्मकारणात् अन्नात् भवन्ति भूतानि पर्जन्यादन्नसम्भवा यज्ञात् भवति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्म समुद्भवा कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षर समुद्भवं तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तयति तिह यः अघायुरिन्द्रियारामो मोघं पार्थ स जीवति यस्त्व आत्मरतिरेव स्यात् आत्मतृप्तश्च मानव आत्मनि एव स च सन्तुष्टस्तस्य कार्यं च विद्यते नैव तस्य कृतेनार्थो नाकृतेनेह कश्चन न चास्य सर्वभूतेषु कश्चिदर्थव्यपाश्रया तस्मादसक्त सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो हि आचरन् कर्म परम् आप्नोति पुरुषः कर्मणैव हि संसिद्धिम् आस्थिता जनकादया लोकसङ्ग्रहमेवापि सम्पश्यन् कर्तुम् अर्हसि यद्यदाचरति श्रेष्ठस्तत्तदेवेतरो जना स यत्कर्म परमाणं कुरुते यो लोकस्तद् अनुवर्तते न मे पार्थास्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किंचन नानवाप्तुम् अवाप्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि यदि हि अहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्मण्यतन्द्रिता मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशः उत्सीदेयुरिमे लोका न कुर्यां कर्म चेदहं शङ्करस्य च कर्ता स्याम् उपहन्यामि मा प्रजा सक्ता कर्मण्य विद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद्विद्वांस तथा सक्तिश्चिकीर्षुर्लोकसङ्ग्रहम् न बुद्धिभेदं जनयेत् अज्ञानं कर्मसङ्गिनां जोषयेत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्तः समाचरन् प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणैः सकर्माणि सर्वशः अहंकार विमूढात्मा कर्ताहमिति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयो गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृतेर्गुणसम्मूढा सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कृत्स्नविदो मन्दान् कृत्स्नभिन्न विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यस्याध्यात्मचेतसा निराशीर्निर्ममो बुद्ध्वा युध्यस्व विगतज्वरा ये मे मतमिदं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवा श्रद्धावन्तो न शून्यन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः ये त्वेतद् अभ्यसूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतम् सर्वज्ञानविमूढांस्तान् विधि नष्टान् चेतसा सदृशं चेष्टते स्वस्या प्रकृतेर्ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रहः किं करिष्यति इन्द्रियस्येन्द्रियस्यार्थे रागद्वेषौ व्यवस्थितौ त्वयोर्नवशम् आगच्छेत् तौ हि यस्य परिपन्थिनौ श्रेयान् स्वधर्म विगुणा परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठिता स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेय परधर्मो भयावहः अर्जुन उवाच अथ केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनिच्छन्नपि वार्ष्णेय बलादिव नियोजिता। श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजो गुणसमुद्भवः महाशनो महापापमा विद्येनम् इह वैरिणम् धूमेनाव्रियते वह्निर्यथादर्शो मलेन च यथोल्बेनावृतः गर्भस्तथा तेनेदमावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पुरेणानलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिरस्याधिष्ठानम् उच्यते एतैर्विमोहयति एष ज्ञानमावृत्य देहिनम् तस्मात् त्वम् इन्द्रियाण्यादौ नियम्य भरतर्षभ पापमानं प्रजति एनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि पराण्यहौर् इन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनसस्तु परा बुद्धिर्यो बुद्धे परतस्तु सः एवं बुद्धे परं बुद्ध्वा संस्तभ्यात्मानमात्मना जहि शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं दुरासदम्। ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे कर्मयोगो नाम तृतीयोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे।
Pribal. So thank you, Prerani Mataji. Now we request Navdeep Chandra Prabhu to speak. Prabhuji, over to you.
Hare Krishna.
Pribal.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, Prabhu.
And everyone, give me a wave if you thought that recitation was fantastic. Hare Krishna. Good. Nice to see everyone. And it is a pleasure to be amidst all of you again, digitally. Oh, nice to see Raj there. Haribol Prabhu. I haven't seen you for ages.
Raj Kapoor.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. I'm sitting at your feet.
Haribol.
Haribol. Yeah.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
So this is a wonderful occasion. The day itself, Gita Jayanti, Mokshada Ekadashi, a very auspicious day, actually, to be reciting the Gita. And as Prabhuji mentioned, it is the day that Krishna spoke the Gita in the midst of a horrendous scene. Now, we see pictures on the front cover of the Gita of the battlefield with all the chariots, the armies. And it looks quite nice. It looks like a nice scene out of some movie. But the thing is, battle scenes are always glorious and awe-inspiring, but there is a deadly reality behind it, and a deadly reality about to ensue in the coming days as the fighting proceeds. So imagine what a circumstance to choose to speak the Gita. Do you ever wonder that? Why did Krishna choose to speak this Gita on the battlefield? I mean, there could have been many other scenarios in which he could have spoken it. Maybe a nice satsang amongst Vaishnavas in someone's house, or maybe a nice collection of devotees sitting under a tree somewhere. But in the midst of a battlefield? Well, that really is something. And as we know from the Mahabharata, the battle itself is quite tremendous. Many persons do not make it alive out of this battle. And yet this is the point at which this Gita is spoken. So one way that we can see this, that this Gita is actually our passage out of this dreadful battle that we face during life. This Gita, ironically, for most people, is on the battlefield itself, was the most valuable thing that happened. Their hearing of the Gita was the most valuable thing that could have happened to them. The majority of the soldiers on both sides perished in the battle. That's what we hear, isn't it? The majority perished. Only very, very few persons remained. And what kind of a world was it after that? Well, it was a world where all the loved ones had departed. There were numerous widows left, numerous children, all looking for and missing their fathers, their husbands, all the things that Arjuna speaks about in chapter 1. So chapter 1 is called Arjuna Vishada Yoga. And who knows what Vishada means? Can anyone say?
Sorrow.
Lamentation.
Lamentation, grief, sorrow. Yes, what a way to start. This chapter is Arjuna's sorrow, his grief. But there is another person also prominent in this chapter, and that is Duryodhana. And it is very interesting to see a contrast of behaviors and thinking between the two. So both persons undergo an extensive analysis. If you remember those verses in chapter 1, Duryodhana assesses the battlefield. He assesses the commanders on both sides. You know, he describes their merits. He describes great confidence. He describes how being carefully protected by the arms of grandsire Bhishma, the Kauravas have nothing to fear. And he does an analysis of the strengths and weaknesses on both sides. And he comes to a conclusion that everything is going to be in our favor. Now, Arjuna also does an extensive analysis. He analyzes the soldiers assembled on both sides. And he notices in particular that on the other side are all his well-wishers, family members, and relatives. Persons like grandfather Bhishma are not now supporting Arjuna or the Pandavas as he has been accustomed to during his childhood, youth. But now they are his enemies. And his conclusion is drastically different to Duryodhana's. Arjuna's conclusion after this extensive analysis is there is absolutely no point to this, and there is nothing to be gained if it comes at the cost and the blood of my relatives. Rudira pradigdhan, as it's explained in chapter 2. What is the point of it? Whatever spoils there are will be spoils of loss ultimately, even if we are victorious. So two persons, same scenario, and two completely different attitudes. Duryodhana is brash, confident. Arjuna is completely despondent and unwilling to proceed further. That's the end of chapter 1, right? Arjuna says, I will not fight. And then chapter 2 begins and chapter 3 proceeds. But it's very interesting to look at this character study. Who are the persons we're dealing with here? Both parties are analyzing. Duryodhana is becoming brash and Arjuna is becoming paralyzed. So this is why we say paralysis by analysis. When you analyze something too much and without the correct understanding, you end up paralyzed. Now, we can all say that Arjuna's mood is probably one that we would prefer. Isn't it? A mood of kindness, compassion, care for others, which is no small thing for a warrior who has dedicated his life to fighting and killing. That is the warrior's duty. So it's no small thing for a warrior on the battlefield to declare, I will not fight. It is something quite inconceivable. Now, both of these persons are acting under ignorance. Even though we like Arjun, he's compassionate, still his analysis is also filled with flaws because its considerations are on the material platform. And it is in chapter 2 where this situation starts to be challenged. This understanding starts to be challenged. But it doesn't happen until one very important event takes place. Karpanya dosho upahata svabhavaha prichami tvam dharma samudachetah yachreyashan nishchitam brohitan me shishyastiham shadimam tvam prapannam. So this marks the sort of the watershed moment for Arjun's relationship with Krishna. This is chapter 2, verse 7. If anyone wants to have a quick read of the translation. But essentially, it actually marks a complete change of approach from Arjun to Krishna. Because until that point, throughout the whole of the Mahabharata, Arjun has seen Krishna as a friend, as a well-wisher. Of course, he offered him great respect and understood his great power, but largely the relationship was one as a friend, as an equal, as a powerful companion. But at this point, Arjun realizes that actually I'm completely bewildered. I've lost all composure due to weakness. I do not know what is correct, what is not correct. I am now your surrendered disciple. Please instruct me. Shishyastiham shadimam tvam prapannam. This is the cue for Krishna to enter into a different relationship with Arjun. Chapter 1, you could say, in one sense, is mostly Arjun delivering a lecture to Krishna. Did any of you ever see it in that way? Majority of the chapter is Arjun giving philosophical discourse to Krishna about morality. But in chapter 2, it changes. As soon as Arjun accepts that Krishna, you are actually my guru, and now you can teach me something which will enliven me and actually give me life from my current despondent condition. Then Krishna carefully and tactfully starts to reverse some of Arjun's misconceptions. Ashochan anvasochastvam pragyavadamscha bhashase gatasun agatasunscha nanu sochanti pandita. Nanu sochanti pandita. A pandit does not speak like you. While speaking learned words, while speaking, you're speaking learned words, but the essence and purport behind them is foolish. One needs to understand the substance before one speaks big words. So this is how Krishna starts to address the problem. And this is very refreshing because it highlights one of the duties of the guru. It is not the guru's duty to just give the disciple some cotton wool words, some cotton wool instructions, something nice, soft, fluffy, and comfortable. The guru's job is to cut through the misconceptions that have been with conditioned living entities life after life after life. Therefore, the guru has to do something which can sometimes be seen as a little sharp. It's a little uncomfortable. Imagine just to be told, you are a fool. You are grieving for something that is not worthy of grief. You do not know what you're talking about. This has to actually be the starting point in any of our lives devotionally. We have to understand how we have got it wrong so far. thinking that this world is a place of enjoyment, thinking that relationships in this world are permanent, thinking that our mental state is of particularly great importance. These are all the misconceptions that we come to spiritual life with. And it is the job of the Guru, the job of acharyas like Srila Prabhupada, to slowly, carefully, but strictly to change that mentality. And so chapter 2 becomes a wonderful description and an example of preaching by Krishna, now on the platform of spiritual considerations. Both Arjun's and Duryodhan's material considerations are declared as being unimportant. And now Krishna starts to give some real essence. Dehi nosmin yata dehe kaumaram yovanam jara tata dehantara prapte ridhiras tatra namuyate. A sober person is not bewildered by a change of body, just as a normal person is not bewildered by changing garments. So simple, right? We discard garments when they get old and useless. So a sober person discards the body when it becomes old and useless. You ask any old person, I'm sure everyone knows an old person. Ask them, what type of body would you like? Do you like the body you currently have with all its problems, difficulties? Or would you prefer the body you had at youth? Most people would say, definitely, I would love to have a younger body. I think that's fair, isn't it? Most people would definitely want the younger body. They wouldn't want the old troublesome body. They might want to keep their mind, experience, wisdom, but the body itself, not particularly great. We all know that soon after age 20, maybe 25, maybe 30, most people know it's all downhill as far as the body goes. When you're a child, you're looking forward to, when I'm older, I want to be older. Lots of nice kids reciting, etc. They're all thinking, I wish I was older. Then life is more fun as an adult. But the reality is it's not. It's it's downhill, at least physically, after 20, 25, 30. Every year is a new surprise of degraded performance. So for a sober person, to want an upgraded model is not a surprise. And this is where Krishna begins his philosophy. This chapter is called Sankhya Yoga, and Prabhupada has translated it as contents of the Gita summarized. So Sankhya means analysis. Sankhya means a type of exploration of the components of reality. And the components that are being explored here are fundamental spiritual points. This is spirit, this is matter. Matter behaves like this, spirit behaves like this. You, Arjun, being intelligent, should focus on spirit. So that is a very direct and substantial way to actually start speaking the Gita. This is, of course, really when the Gita begins, when Krishna starts to speak to Arjun. And chapter 2 is also the second longest chapter in the entire book. What is the longest chapter? Who knows the longest chapter?
18.
18, Prabhu.
18, yes. Do you know how many verses there are?
82.
78. 78.
78, correct. And chapter 2 has how many verses?
72.
52.
72, so almost the same length, but just a little bit short. Now, actually, it is said that Krishna was planning to stop speaking at the end of chapter 2. Right? He actually gives the entire essence of the Gita in that chapter, chapter 2. Covers details of everything. Covers details of spirit, matter, details of the senses, how they interact, how degradation of the senses takes place, dhiyato vishayan pumsam, etc. Many, many details are given. Work, how not to work. But there's a problem. The problem happens in chapter 3 when Arjun declares to Krishna, but Krishna, I don't understand. You've just told me to give up work. But then you're saying that working in devotion is good as well. So which one is it? What should we do? So we get an understanding actually that the relationship between the guru and the disciple, and here Krishna is acting in the role of the guru and Arjuna is the disciple, is that, yes, there is surrender. Yes, Shishyasteham shadimam tvam prapannam. I surrender unto you, I ask. There's response from the guru. And then there is further discussion, elaboration, clarification of doubts. That is actually a healthy relationship. Because after all, this is not a movement, this is not a program of just shut up and listen to what you're told. Right? There are many religious organizations which function like that. They don't actually have solid explanations for many points, but they just say, that's what's in the book, just be quiet and just accept it. So we are being told by the actual example of Arjuna and Krishna, if you don't understand something, ask a qualified person. And our philosophy is so strong that it can answer any questions. There is no question that our philosophy will not answer. That is the test for a genuine, substantial philosophy. So we're very fortunate that this Gita, in these 700 verses, deals with all possible misconceptions that we will now face, even 5,000 years after this conversation was spoken. Isn't that incredible? What great foresight, what great wisdom, what great questioning has led to the production of this beautiful song, the song of the Lord, Bhagavad Gita, that is meaningful and relevant to us 5,000 years later. It's very, very intriguing. So chapter 3 is called Karma Yoga. And chapter 3 is now going to deal with actions. It's good to know the philosophy. It's good to know the difference between matter and spirit. But now what do we do? As embodied living entities, we have taken items from both matter and spirit. Right? Later on we will find out, Bhumi rapo analovayo kammano buddhirevacha ahankara ityam me bhinna prakritirashtada aparayamitastvanyam prakritim viddime param jiva bhuta mahabaho yayedam dharyate jagat. There are 5 gross elements, Bhumi rapo analovayo, earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, ego, subtle elements. But even higher than that, there is something more, the soul. So, okay, we've learned this. That's Sankhya Yoga, chapter 2. There is matter, there is spirit. The question now is, what do we do about it? We are definitely part of matter as well. In this conditioned state, we are matter, right? So who can deny that? The body is made of matter. Most of our interactions on a daily basis happen through the body. Yet spirit is the goal, and spirit is the essence. So what do we do now that helps us realize the essence while in an embodied inferior condition? And that is chapter 3. So you can see a wonderful progression has taken place in these first 3 chapters. From complete confusion, paralysis, materialistic analysis, to some clear direction, clear condensed philosophy, and now somewhat of a practical application, the basis for practical application. And so the Gita continues in this vein. And the next, the 16 chapters, really from chapter 3 onwards, all deal with an exploration of Krishna, the Jiva, our place in the world, what we do and what we don't do. So as this recitation continues, please try to meditate on what's going on here. Try to meditate on the instructions that are being conveyed to Arjuna, the intelligent questions being asked by Arjuna, and try to think how these things can actually be applied to us now. Because each of us needs to move from a stage of materialistic analysis and confusion to a stage of spiritual enlightenment. So thank you. I'll hand back over to the expert team of reciters. Nataraj Prabhu.
Thank you very much, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu. That very nice beginning. So we'll move forward without further ado. So I think it's Madhavi Mataji, Madhavi Lata Mataji. Are you there?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
What is your name under? SK Das?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Yes. Okay, so now Madhavi Lata Mataji will recite chapter 4. Sumedha, would you like to share the screen? Excellent.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Can I start, Prabhuji?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Transcendental knowledge, Jnana Yogam. Sri Bhagavanuvacha imam vivasvate yogam prokta vanahamavyayam vivasvan manabe praha manurikshva kabe bravit evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo viduhu sakale neha mahata yogo nastha parantapa sayevayam maya tejya योगः प्रोक्तः पुरातनः भक्तोऽसि मे सखा चेति रहस्यं चेतदुत्तमम् अर्जुन उवाच अपरं भवतो जन्म परं जन्म विवस्वतः कथमेतद् विजानीयाम् त्वमादौ प्रोक्तवानिति श्रीभगवानुवाच बहूनि मे व्यतीतानि जन्मानि तव चार्जुन तान्यहं वेद सर्वाणि न त्वं वेत्त परन्तप अजोऽपि सन्नव्ययात्मा भूतानामीश्वरोऽपि सन् प्रकृतिं स्वामधिष्ठाय सम्भवाम्यात्ममायया यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे जन्म कर्म च मे दिव्यम् एवं यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः त्यक्त्वा देहं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सो अर्जुन वीतरागभयक्रोधा मन्मया मामुपाश्रिताः बहवो ज्ञानतपसा पूता मद्भावमागताः ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तां तदैव भजाम्यहम् मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्याः पार्थ सर्वशः काङ्क्षन्तः कर्माणां सिद्धिं यजन्त इह देवताः क्षिप्रं हि मानुषे लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा चातुर्वर्णं मया सृष्टं गुणकर्म विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमपि मां विद्य कर्तारमव्ययम् न मां कर्माणि लिम्पन्ति न मे कर्मफले स्पृहा इति मां योऽभिजानाति कर्म भिन्न स बध्यते एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्म किमकर्मेति कवयोऽप्यत्र मोहिताः तत्ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वा मोक्षसे शुभात् कर्मणो ह्यपि बोधव्यं च विकर्मणः अकर्मणश्च बोधव्यं गहना कर्मणो गतिः कर्मण्यकर्म यः पश्येद कर्मणि च कर्म यः स बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु स युक्तः कृष्णकर्मकृत् यस्य सर्वे समारम्भाः कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिताः ज्ञानाग्निदग्धकर्माणं तमाहुः पण्डितं बुधाः त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलसङ्गं नित्यतृप्तो निराश्रयः कर्मण्यभिप्रवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सः निराशीर्यत चित्तात्मा त्यक्त सर्वपरिग्रहः शारीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम् यदृच्छालाभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरः समः सिद्धावसिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते गतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानावस्थितचेतसः यज्ञायाचरतः कर्म समग्रं प्रविलीयते ब्रह्मण्यं ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्मग्नं ब्राह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैवातेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना दैवमेवापरे यज्ञं योगिनः पर्युपासते ब्रह्माज्ञावपरे यज्ञं यज्ञेनैवोपजुह्वति स्तोत्रादीन्द्रियाण्यन्ये संयमाग्निषु जुह्वति शब्दादीन् विषयानन्या इन्द्रियाग्निषु जुह्वति सर्वाणीन्द्रियकर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगज्ञौ जुह्वति ज्ञानदीपिते द्रव्ययज्ञास्तपो यज्ञा योगयज्ञास्तदा परे स्वाध्यायज्ञाश्च यज्ञाश्च यतया संस्थितव्रताः अपाने जुह्वति प्राणं प्राणे पानं तदा परे प्राणापानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायानुपरायणाः अपरे नियताहाराः प्राणं प्राणेषु जुह्वति सर्वेऽप्येतो यज्ञविदो यज्ञक्षपितकल्मषाः यज्ञशिष्टामृतभुजो यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातनम् नायं लोकोऽस्य यज्ञस्य कुतोऽन्यः कुरु सत्तमा एवं बहुविधा यज्ञा वितता ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजान् विद्धि तान् सर्वानेवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे श्रेयान् द्रव्यमयाद् यज्ञात् ज्ञानयज्ञः परन्तप सर्वं कर्माखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिसमाप्यते तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिना तत्त्वदर्शनः यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहमेवं यास्यसि पाण्डव येन भूतान्यशेषानि द्रक्ष्यस्यात्मन्यधो मयि आपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तमः सर्वं ज्ञानप्लवेनैव वृजिनं सन्तिर्ष्यसि यथैधांसि समिद्धोऽग्नि भस्मात्कुरुतेऽर्जुन यज्ञानाग्नि सर्वकर्माणि भस्मात् कुरुते तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रामिह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धः कालेनात्मनि विञ्जते श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानं तत्परः सयितेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिमचिरेणाधिगच्छति अज्ञाश्च श्रद्धादानश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न परो न सुखं संशयात्मनः योगसंन्यस्तकर्माणं ज्ञानसञ्चिन्न संशयम् आत्मवन्तं न कर्माणि निबद्धन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मादज्ञानसम्भूतं रुत्वं ज्ञानासिनात्मनः चित्वैनं संशयं योगा मातिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ भारत ओम इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे भक्तिवेदान्तभाष्येषु ज्ञानयोगो नाम चतुर्थोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Thank you, Madhavi Mataji. Now we request
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Irani Mataji to recite chapter 5.
Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. Arjuna Uvacha Sannyasam Karmanam Krishna Punaryogam Cha Samshasi Yachreya Etayorekam Tanme Bruhi Sunishchitam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Sannyasa Karma Yogascha Nishreyasa Karavubhau Tayostu Karma Sannyasat कर्मयोगो विशिष्यते ज्ञेयः स नित्यसन्न्यासी यो न द्वेष्टि न काङ्क्षति निर्द्वन्द्वो हि महाबाहो सुखं बन्धात् प्रमुच्यते सांख्ययोगौ पृथक् बाला प्रवदन्ति न पण्डिता एकमप्यास्थिता सम्यग् उभयोर्विन्दते फलम् यत् साङ्ख्यै प्राप्यते स्थानं तद् योगैरपि गम्यते एकं साङ्ख्यं च योगं च यः पश्यति स पश्यति सन्न्यासस्तु महाबाहो दुःखम् आप्तुम् अयोग्यतः योगयुक्तो मुनिर्ब्रह्म न चिरेणाधिगच्छति योगयुक्तो विशुद्धात्मा विजितात्मा जितेन्द्रियः सर्वभूतात्मभूतात्मा कुर्वन्नपि न लिप्यते नैव किञ्चित् करोमीति युक्तो मन्येत तत्त्ववित् पश्यन् शृण्वन् स्पृशन् जिघ्रन् अश्नन् गच्छन् स्वपन् श्वसन् प्रलपन् विसृजन् गृह्णन् उन्मिषन् निमिषन् अपि इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेषु वर्तन्त इति धारयन् ब्रह्मण्यादाय कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा करोति यः लिप्यते न स पापेन पद्मपत्रम् इवाम्भसा कायेन मनसा बुद्ध्या केवलैरिन्द्रियैरपि योगिनः कर्म कुर्वन्ति सङ्गं त्यक्त्वात्मशुद्धये युक्तकर्म फलं त्यक्त्वा शान्तिम् आप्नोति नैष्ठिकम् अयुक्तकामकारेण फले सक्तो निबध्यते सर्वकर्माणि मनसा सन्न्यस्यास्ते सुखं वशी नवद्वारे पुरे देहि नैव कुर्वन्न कारयन् न कर्तृत्वं न कर्माणि लोकस्य सृजति प्रभु न कर्मफलसंयोगं स्वभावस्तु प्रवर्तते न दत्ते कस्यचित् पापं न चैव सुकृतं विभु अज्ञानेनावृतं ज्ञानं तेन मुह्यन्ति जन्तवः ज्ञानेन तु तद् अज्ञानं येषां नाशितम् आत्मना तेषामादित्यवज् ज्ञानं प्रकाशयति तत्परम् तद्बुद्धयस्तदात्मानस्तन्निष्ठास्तत्परायणा गच्छन्त्याप्नुनर आवृत्तं ज्ञाननिर्धूतकल्मषा विद्याविनयसम्पन्ने ब्राह्मणे गविहस्तिनि शुनि चैव स्वपाके च पण्डिता समदर्शिना इहैव तैर्जिता सर्गो येषां साम्ये स्थितं मनः निर्दोषं हि समं ब्रह्म तस्मात् ब्रह्मणि ते स्थिता न प्रश्रियेत् प्रियं प्राप्य नोद्विजेत् प्राप्य चाप्रियं स्थिरबुद्धिरसम्मूढो ब्रह्मविद् ब्रह्मणि स्थिता बाह्यस्पर्शेष्वेव असक्तात्मा विन्दत्यात्मनि यत् सुखं स ब्रह्मयोगयुक्तात्मा सुखम् अक्षयमाश्नुते ये हि संस्पर्शजा भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते आद्यन्तवन्त्य कौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधा शक्नोति हैव यः शोद्धं प्राक्शरीरविमोक्षणात् कामक्रोधोद्भवं वेगं स युक्तः स सुखी नरः योऽन्तः सुखोऽनन्तर आरामस्तथान्तरज्योतिरेव यः स योगी ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूतोऽधिगच्छति लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ऋषयः क्षीणकल्मषा छिन्न द्वैधायतात्मानः सर्वभूतहिते रताः स्पर्शान् कृत्वा बहिर्बाह्यां चक्षुश्चैवान्तरे भ्रुवो प्राणापानौ समौ कृत्वा नासाभ्यन्तरचारिणौ यतेन्द्रियमनोबुद्धिर्मुनिर्मोक्षपरायण विगतेच्छात् भयक्रोधो यः सदा मुक्ता एव सः भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिमृच्छति। ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे कर्मसन्न्यासयोगो नाम पञ्चमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
Thank you, Devani Mataji. I will request Lalita Preeti to recite 6th chapter. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, we can't hear you.
अथ षष्ठोऽध्यायः श्रीभगवानुवाच अनाश्रितः कर्मफलं कार्यं कर्म करोति यः स सन्न्यासी च योगी च निर्निर्न चाक्रियः तं सन्न्यासमिति प्राहुर्योगं तं विद्धि पाण्डव ह्यसन्न्यस्तसङ्कल्पो योगी भवति कश्चन आरुरुक्षोर्मुनेर्योगं कर्म कारणमुच्यते योगारूढस्य तस्यैव शमः कारणमुच्यते यदा हिनेन्द्रियार्थेषु न कर्मस्वनुषज्यते सर्वसङ्कल्पसन्न्यासी योगारूढः सदोच्यते उद्धरेतात्मनात्मानं नात्मानम् अवसादयेत् आत्मैव ह्यात्मनो बन्धुर् आत्मैव रिपुरात्मनः बन्धुरात्मात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवात्मना जितः अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत् जितात्मनः प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः ज्ञानविज्ञानतृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रियः युक्त इत्युच्यते योगी समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चनः सुहृन्मित्रार्युदासीन मध्यस्थद्वेष्य बन्धुषु साधुष्वपि च पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विशिष्यते योगी युञ्जीत सततम् आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकी यतचित्तात्मा निराशीरपरिग्रहः शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमासनमात्मनः नात्युच्छितं नातिनीचं शैलाजिनकुशोत्तरम् तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वा यतचित्तेन्द्रियक्रियः उपविश्यासने युञ्जात् योगमात्मा विशुद्धये समं कायशिरो ग्रीवं धारयन्नचलं स्थिरः सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशश्चानवलोकयन् प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिर्ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थितः मनः संयम्य मच्चित्तो युक्त आसीत मत्परः युञ्जन् एवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसः शान्तिं निर्वाणपरमां मत्संस्थामभिगच्छति नात्यश्नतस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तम् अनश्नतः न चातिस्वप्नशीलस्य जागृतो चैव चार्जुन युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः यदा विनियतं चित्तम् आत्मन्येवावतिष्ठते निःस्पृहः सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इत्युच्यते तदा यथा दीपो निवातस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः यत्रो परमते चित्तम् निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन्नात्मनि तुष्यति सुखम् आत्यन्तिकं यत्तद् बुद्धिग्राह्यम् अतीन्द्रियम् वेत्ति यत्र च नैवायं स्थितः चलति तत्त्वतः यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते तं विद्या दुःखसंयोगा वियोगं योगसंज्ञितम् स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो निर्विण्णचेतसा सङ्कल्पा प्रभवान् कामास् त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् शेषतः मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्ततः शनै शनै उपरमेत् बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिद् अपि चिन्तयेत् यतो यतो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम्यैताद् आत्मन्येवावशं नयेत् प्रशान्तमनसं ह्येनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसां ब्रह्मभूतम् अकल्मषम् युञ्जन् एवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्म संस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शनः यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजत्यकत्वमास्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मौपम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मतः अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्वात् स्थितिं स्थिराम् चञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवदृढम् तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायुरिव सुदुष्करम् श्रीभगवानुवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्निग्रहं चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येन च गृह्यते असंशयात्मना योगो दुष्प्राप इति मे मतिः वस्यात्मना तु यतता शक्यो वाप्तुम् उपायतः अर्जुन उवाच अयति श्रद्धयोपेतो योगाच्चलितमानसः अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कां गतिं कृष्ण गच्छति तच्चिन्नो भयविभ्रष्टास् छिन्नाभ्रम् इव नश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमूढो ब्रह्मणः पथि एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण चेत्तुमर्हस्य शेषतः त्वदन्यसंशयस्यास्य चेता न ह्युपपद्यते श्रीभगवानुवाच पार्थ नैवेह नामुत्र विनाशस्तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणकृत् कश्चित् दुर्गतिं तात गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतान् लोकान् उषित्वा शाश्वती समः शुचीनां श्रीमताङ्गेः योगभ्रष्टोऽभिजायते अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरम् लोके जन्म यदीदृशम् तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूयः संसिद्धौ कुरु नन्दन पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव ह्रियते ह्यवसोऽपि सः जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दब्रह्माति वर्तते प्रयत्नाद्यतमानस्तु योगी संशुद्धकिल्बिषः अनेकजन्म संसिद्धास् ततो याति परां गतिम् तपस्विभ्योऽधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिकः कर्मिभ्याच्चाधिको योगी तस्मात् योगी भवार्जुन योगिनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेरान्तरात्मनः श्रद्धवान् भजते यो मां समे युक्ततमो मतः ॐ तत्सत् श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ध्यानयोगो नाम षष्ठोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna. Now again, welcome back our Navdeep Chandra Prabhu to summarize the chapters. Replace the spotlight. Revolve Prabhu. So.
Hare Krishna. Are you all with us? We haven't lost anyone on this journey yet?
Not yet. I think we are still gaining people.
Oh, that's excellent, because we've only just started the journey.
Yes.
But we're at a very interesting point now. After the preliminaries of the first 3 chapters, we are now getting into some interesting discussions between Krishna and Arjuna. And chapter 4 is intriguing. Chapter 4, chapter 5, and chapter 6. So what is chapter 4 entitled? Can anyone tell me?
Transcendental knowledge.
Transcendental knowledge, yes. In this world, there is knowledge, plenty of knowledge. And if you go into any library, you can see shelves and shelves of books. Actually, that's what I would have said maybe 10 years ago. But these days, what I would say is, if you want knowledge, you type something into Google. And there you will receive pages and pages of, well, mostly adverts, followed by a little bit of useful information hidden somewhere in there. Is that fair? Yeah. Who agrees with that? No one agrees.
Yes, Prabhuji, you are true.
Yes, Prabhu.
So there's no shortage of knowledge and access to it. Actually, all those books in the library, they're all accessible to us now with a few clicks. So there's no shortage. But there is something called transcendental knowledge. There is mundane knowledge and there is transcendental knowledge. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, when Shukadev Goswami starts to answer the questions of Parikshit Maharaj, he mentions that Shrotavyadi Nirajendra Nranam Santi Sahasrashah Apashyatam Atma Tattvam Griheshu Griha Medinam. There are many subject matters for discussion in human society, O Emperor. The conditioned living entity has many, many topics for discussion. And that occupies the entirety of one's life. Those who are more inquisitive will study many, many topics in their lifetime. Others who are not particularly inquisitive will still casually discuss many, many topics in their lifetime. Dozens and dozens of topics exist. And each year something new is created. A new sport, a new entry into the Olympics Have you noticed every year there's some new sport which is added to the Olympics? Some new hobby, some new phenomenon, some new, some new kind of drive to start protests with, some new slogan for a new set of protests. The protests haven't really decreased. There's just something new to protest about each year, if you've noticed, around the world. That's a principle of this world. The people aren't satisfied, so they have to protest. But dozens and dozens of these things. And that's life, and it will continue like that. Now, an intelligent person thinks there are hundreds of topics, hundreds of subjects, hundreds of opinions. And ultimately, even my own opinions get forgotten a few days down the line, or maybe some months or some years. And if not for a long period of time, then definitely at the end of our life. When we start to get old, we can't even remember all the things that we were highly passionate about a few decades earlier. So that is an interesting state of play. So an intelligent person inquires, what knowledge is worth listening to? Out of all these opinions, out of all these topics, out of the endless careers that are open to me, what is a topic that is worthwhile and useful? And in this chapter, we're very fortunate that Krishna spoke what is called transcendental knowledge. This is knowledge that relates to something outside of the limits of this world. All other subject matters deal with the limits of this world. What Krishna speaks in this chapter deals with something beyond this world. And it deals with certain key principles. One of the first important principles that Arjuna needs to understand is that gaining access to this mystery requires some qualification. So, evayam mayatedya puraprokta sanatana, right? Because you are my friend and my devotee, Krishna says. This ancient knowledge of me can be revealed to you. Puraprokta, ancient. This can now be revealed to you because you are my friend. Bhakto sime sakacheti rahasyam yeduttamam. You are my friend, you are my devotee, and therefore you can uncover the secrets of this science. So that is the first qualification. If we want to absorb, receive, understand knowledge that is transcendental, we first of all have to become Krishna's friend and his devotee. That's Krishna's own words. Can anyone dispute that? If we're attempting to learn something from the Gita, we have to at least follow the spirit that Prabhupada describes. What does Prabhupada say in the introduction to the Gita? He says, in the beginning, at least theoretically, if you're going to read the Gita and get anything out of it, you have to accept, at least theoretically, that Krishna is the Supreme Lord and Arjuna is his devotee. Now, you might not believe that. Yes, many people in this world don't believe it or accept it. That's fine. That's the position that most people start off from. But the idea is to keep continuing from that position. But you cannot continue unless you theoretically accept that. So certainly you might not believe it fully. But at least theoretically you have to accept Krishna is supreme and Arjuna is the devotee. If you do that, and then you start to understand Krishna's words, consider Krishna's words carefully. Consider who is speaking them. When Krishna says, become my devotee, become my friend, that is quite an endorsement. That is the mood in which we should continue our study of the Gita. So Krishna explains many details to Arjuna. He explains that there are many, many births which both you and I have passed through. I can remember all of them, but you cannot. It's a very important point. Many births. Does this mean Krishna's births are the same as ours? No, because Krishna can remember them all. Arjuna cannot. So there's a clear difference there. There's a difference in the actual fundamental makeup of the teacher versus the student. Krishna is in a category that can never be imitated or reached. So that point has to be made clear to Arjun first. Because after all, it's not material knowledge. In the material world, the student can, after careful study, become as competent, maybe almost as competent, or maybe in some cases more competent than their teacher. Is that fair? Isn't it that students of today become the teachers of tomorrow in the material world? And certainly as technology progresses, it's highly likely that the students will probably know more about what is going to come later in terms of new innovations than the elders might. That's material. So that consciousness is not sufficient. Spiritual consciousness requires us to understand the clear difference. Krishna is in a completely different league. There's no question of him forgetting a few answers to a test, to some questions on a test that we might be revising for. He remembers everything that happened, not just this life, but previous lives. That means his lives are not the normal. They're not like our lives. And therefore, Krishna makes this very important point. Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tattvadaha tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mam eti sorjuna. Janma karma cha me divyam. If one understands the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities, he never has to take his birth again in this material world. That is a very important point. That Krishna's birth, his appearances in this world are not normal. They are completely transcendental. And if a conditioned living entity like us hears about Krishna's birth, his activities, hears the explanations about those things from the devotees, because ultimately only the devotees can explain something that's transcendental. Yes, it's not something you can swat up on by reading a few books. It's only coming through the devotees and their words, their messages, their writings. So only if that happens can one actually gain knowledge of transcendence. And that is the secret way to make success and no longer be entrapped in this world, by understanding a person who is outside of the world. That's a very logical approach. If you want to get out of this world, you take advice from someone who is already outside of this world. So it makes perfect sense. So understanding Krishna's birth and activities is very important. This is why we celebrate Krishna's appearance with great joy. Janmashtami, Gaur Purnim, Ram Navami. Any other occasion when the Lord appears, when he does something, is a joy for great celebration. And when we understand and celebrate these appearance days, understanding that they're not normal birthdays, we actually get benefit. We make progress. We make spiritual progress. And that is important, because one thing we have to understand, as it's explained in chapter 5, is that Krishna is the supreme enjoyer. He's not only the supreme support of the entire world, he's the supreme enjoyer. And all items in this world, when they're offered to him, they become correctly utilized. Bhoktaram yagyatapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram suridam sarvabhutanam gyatva mam shantim richati. When one understands that Krishna is the supreme Lord of all sacrifices, he's the supreme enjoyer, that knowledge brings us something which we are all looking for. Peace. I just want peace. This is what everyone in a war-torn situation is saying. This is often what most people are saying in their homes. I just want some peace. But it's not possible unless we understand who is the Bhoktaram, who is the enjoyer of all activities. If we understand that Krishna is the enjoyer, then we start to actually work with the parameters of reality. Up until now, we've been thinking that I'm the enjoyer. I should offer things to myself. That's the way for me to enjoy. New shiny iPhone 10, new shiny iPhone 11. Any similarities to actual manufacturers are purely coincidental. This is what we think. Let me get the next one of these and I will be happy. But Krishna says, I am the supreme enjoyer. The equation is a little different. The equation is not, you try to satisfy yourself and undergo great labor for your own satisfaction, and then you will be happy. Most people think that, but that's not the actual correct statement. That's not the law, if you like. That's not the way the mechanics works. The mechanics works like this. If we make an offering to Krishna, understanding that he is the supreme enjoyer and that everything in this world is his creation and is meant for sacrifice to him, then we feel a pleasure far greater than anything we could enjoy ourselves. That's the way the equation actually works. Now, we've learned some wrong maths during our lifetime. That's the problem. The maths teacher wasn't very good. He gave us the wrong equation. This is the mathematics of the Gita. You supply something to Krishna, that is credit for you. And you supply something to Krishna, that connects you to Krishna, who is the reservoir of pleasure. When you are connected to the reservoir of pleasure, there is no question of you feeling anything other than pleasure. That's the actual equation. So therefore, Krishna is imparting some real secrets now in this section. First of all, an understanding of who he is, understanding his transcendental position, understanding the difference between Krishna and the ordinary living entity, and now understanding how the living entity connects to Krishna through this last verse of chapter 5, that one offers items in sacrifice to the Lord, and then one attains real peace. Now, chapter 6, Dhyana Yoga, really starts to expand on this concept of yoga. And yoga means to link, which is what is referred to by connecting ourselves to Krishna. And there are many, many types of yoga. I like to say there's a supermarket of yoga. You can go to many of the shelves, different categories of yoga, and you can take out many, many products, each one of them claiming to do something, each one of them using the word yoga. But only a few of them actually know what yoga means. Because yoga means to link. And definitely there are many components to yoga. Ashtanga yoga, 8 limbs of yoga, different stages of yoga practice, right? Who knows typically the 8 stages of yoga? Yam, Niyam, who can complete that sequence?
Yam, Niyam, Asan, Pranayama, Tyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, and Samadhi.
Yes. Pratyahara, Dhyana, Samadhi, these are all part of it. 8 stages of yoga, how one progresses from rules, regulations, what to do, what not to do, to sense control, breath restraint, etc. All stages in the practice and progress of yoga. Now, some of those have been packetized, branded, and marketed by different people, different gurus. There's hundreds of them, isn't there? There's no shortage of yoga gurus in this world. So Krishna starts to speak about this kind of thing in chapter 6. He speaks about some of the essential qualities required for practice of yoga, dhyana yoga, the actual practice, control of the mind, control of the senses, restraint, following rules, following regulations, advanced stages. But he gives us a little bit of a secret also within this chapter. Right at the end, Krishna says something interesting. Who can read the last verse of chapter 6?
Yoginam api sarvesham.
Yes, please continue. Read the whole verse.
Yoginam api sarvesham madgate antaratmanam shraddhavan bhajate yo mam same yukta tamomata.
And of all yogis, can you actually read the previous verse to this?
Sure, bro. Yeah.
Carry on.
Tapasvi bhog dikho yogi.
Jnanibhyo
Bhakti is ready.
patho adhikaha.
Uh-huh.
Karmibhyo adhiko yogi tasmat yogi bhavarjuna.
Tasmat yogi bhavarjuna. Therefore, in all circumstances, become a yogi. Now, there was one famous yoga practitioner who gave a lecture once within an ISKCON program, and he gave a nice talk on different yoga. His own line was more sort of pranayama and hatha yoga, and he gave a line and he said, therefore, in the Gita it says, and he mentioned this verse, therefore, under all circumstances, become a yogi. And that's where he stopped. But there's one more verse after that. Yoginam api sarvesham madgate nantaratmana shraddhavan bhajate yomam same yukta tamomataha. Yoginam api sarvesham. Out of all of these yogis, who is the highest? What does it say? Who can tell us what is the highest?
One who thinks of
Madgate antaratmana.
bhakti yogi.
One who? There are different points mentioned in this verse. Shraddhavan bhajate yomam. Madhava Kumar Prabhu, do you want to?
Yeah, he says, one who is constantly in my remembrance. And then in the end, he concludes saying, that is my word. Shame yukta tamomata.
Yes. One who constantly thinks of me. One whose mind is connected to me. One who is completely absorbed in thoughts of me. Intimately connected to me. That is the highest of yogis. He's describing the bhakti yogi. The yogi who connects with Krishna with a spirit of devotion. That is the definition of bhakta. That is the definition of bhakti. Nowhere does Krishna say, the karma yogi is more dear to me, is most dear to me. The jnana yogi is most dear to me. The hatha yogi is most dear to me. The pranayama yogi is most dear to me. Nowhere does Krishna say this. But he does say, the bhakti yogi is most dear to me. That's Krishna's own words. So if we're looking to please Krishna, if we're looking to connect ourselves to the reservoir of all pleasure, we need to understand this point. Because this is Krishna giving a whole series of options, a whole set of hierarchies. He describes the supermarket available. And he actually continues to describe it later on as the Gita proceeds. But what does he conclude with? Yoginam api sarvesham madgate nantaratmana shraddhavan bhajate yomam samyukta tamomata bhajate yomam. One who, with great faith, worships me and is connected to me through devotion is the highest of all. So that's Krishna's verdict on yoga. So don't let anyone tell you anything else. Krishna's own words, direct from the source of everything. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. So, dear devotees, we have completed 6 chapters. The first 6 chapters of Gita, generally termed as Karma Yoga section, consists of 279 verses. And the next section, termed as Bhakti Yoga, which is hidden in between these 2 sections, that consists of 209 verses. So that is a little shorter than the first section. What we will do is we will have to take a quick break. We are not Ashtanga yogis to sit in one place. We need rocking. Ashtanga yogis are not allowed to rock. But we dance, we move, even while devotees chant also they move Hare Krishna like that. So yes, we are bhakti yogis. So we are not Ashtanga yogis, though. That's why it's better to take a little break. So it's nearly 3 o'clock. So we'll come back at 10 past 3. And the Zoom session will be on, and the YouTube will also be on. And I will put some background music. So come back at 10 past 3 and and we will continue with our recitation and Bhagavad Gita discourse. This is a wonderful way to celebrate Gita Jayanti. As Navdeep Chandra Prabhu said, we need not to leave our home and go to Himalayas and be alone, secluded place. We need not to do that, but we just have to just simply, in the association, not in the secluded place, actually, in the association of devotees, we just chant and hear the glories of Lord Krishna, and that will be the perfection for Bhakti Yogi. Hare Krishna. So see you in 10 minutes. Madhav Kumar Prabhu wants to make an announcement about books. He's always there. So yes, Madhav Kumar Prabhu, over to you.
Not an announcement, Prabhu. I was wondering if the Zoom session is going to continue. Maybe we could use this time for a bit of Q&A if anybody wants to, if that's possible.
Q&A? Yes, okay, so Q&A, I did not think. Is anybody, you mean anybody has any questions?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, there are so many wonderful points Navdeep Chandra Prabhu is making, and so many thoughtful suggestions for us to ponder upon. So, I mean, I wondered if anybody wanted to get some clarification or share their own reflection, etc.
Yeah, if anybody wants to hang around, Zoom session will be here. And then if you want to do something about discuss Gita a little more, that's absolutely fine. I know that some devotees they need to take a little break, walk around, come back. We are not all in the same situation. Even I need to get up a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so so if there are any discussion, then I won't put the background kirtan. But if there are no discussion, then there is no discussion, I will try and put the background music. Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. At 3:10 we'll meet. But if you stay there, please discuss. No problem.
Navdeep Chandra Prabhu. Sorry.
The YouTube recording, will we be able to see it on a later date as well?
It will be there, Mataji, forever.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Yes, it is live broadcasted onto YouTube as well. The session will be there forever. Thank you.
And archived on our website. So it's always there. Yes. Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, I had a quick question to ask, if that's okay. Thank you so much for the wonderful reflection. It's amazing to be able to condense the knowledge of the Gita so succinctly and so to the pointly. I just had a quick, not a question, but maybe just a discussion point in terms of how to, there are so many instructions in the Gita around trying to become the perfect yogi by means of taking up devotional service as a way of life, not just as a part-time activity. And at least my personal experience is the more you take up devotional service, the more you want to get away from what you do in your otherwise life. And then, you're having these pushes and pulls in trying to nurture your devotional life while maintaining your material situation in a respectable manner as well, because you don't want to be a bad example in the society either. So I wonder if you had any thoughts on how to balance, or is it normal to have those pushes and pulls while trying to balance both, or just any thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you. That's an interesting question. In one sense, Arjun does say that to Krishna. In one sense, this is Arjun's conclusion at the end of chapter 1. In one way to look at it could be like that. That Arjun is effectively saying to Krishna, Krishna, I just want to stop this. I would just prefer just to sit back, just let them take whatever they want, because I do not want to kill everyone and have nothing left. Even if I win, what is the point? So one could argue that that is similar to some people's thoughts that this material world is troublesome and I should leave, but then I'm on a battlefield and I'm the commander of the armies and I need to stay there also. And that's the real conflict, isn't it? For Arjuna also, should I stay or should I go? Because I'm not really interested in the world, but I still have my duties in the world, and I feel like I've had enough and I just want to go, but something tells me I should stay maybe. And this is the importance of Krishna. This is the importance of Krishna's role in clarifying that. And so when any person wants to try to resolve this, they have to imbibe, first of all, the foundational knowledge that Krishna gives, which is, first of all, start off with an understanding of the soul. Understand the soul, matter. Understand the difference between the two. Real knowledge means to understand spirit and matter and the controller of both, Krishna. That's how we start off, and then we make our decisions in line with that. Now, definitely, transcendentalists around the world have, throughout the ages, rather, I should say, since time immemorial, have decided that this world does not offer anything that is permanent and worthwhile, that is worth working for. But that can be a good thing, and it can be a bad thing also. Sometimes irresponsible people think like that because they just cannot be bothered to do anything difficult. So they think, oh, I wish I could just escape and go off somewhere, go to the Himalayas or do something. That's the irresponsible side. But the responsible side might be to someone who's actually understood the meanings of this philosophy and understands that real life is spiritual with Krishna at the center. So then the first step is to try to create that environment in our own lives as much as possible. As Lord Chaitanya gave an instruction to one devotee, Stane Stita. He said, stay in your place. Don't leave. He was trying to leave to come to see Lord Chaitanya. He said, stay where you are, but hear and chant. And through your example and internal meditation, become very, very closely connected to me. But we all need some training before we can do that. So it is something where we have to consider what are the options. So what options would you say are available or possible within your thinking of that question? What are some options that you would think about?
Oh, you asked me. I think you made a relevant point in striking the similarity between us thinking like this and how Arjuna was placed in his position. So obviously, from Arjuna's example, it is very, very important to discharge your duties. You cannot get away from them. But I believe, I think what you're trying to say is just strike a balance and try to make maybe work as your meditation to constantly stay in remembrance. But of course, as long as we are around, then you've got to keep up with doing a bit of a juggle act. But that shouldn't stop us or restrain us from doing whatever standards we want to achieve in our devotion life.
Yes. So it is an item for each person to consider their own circumstance.
Yeah.
The choices available to us definitely depend upon many factors. They depend upon our age, they depend upon our family situation, they depend upon our responsibilities, whether we are responsible for maintaining others. Now, for a pure transcendentalist, he can very easily resolve all of these quite quickly and without any difficulty. But that is not the position of the vast majority of the people. For the vast majority of the people, we are just embarking on a path of becoming something transcendental. And so we have to take all these things into consideration so that we do not cause any undue disturbance as we attempt to come closer to Krishna. So we have to think, what are my responsibilities at the moment? What am I obliged to do that I have to keep continuing doing? What degrees of freedom do I have? And that's probably after some meditation, that is probably a discussion to have with a senior devotee. What are options that are possible for me after a proper consideration of all the circumstances? It's almost like in spiritual life, everyone needs a bit of career advice.
Mm.
You know, at school, as you're about to leave school, the teachers, they might have a chat with you and look at your mentality. They know your performance. They know probably more about you than you do yourself. And then often they might help you. Certainly, I remember we had career advice sessions, and they might help you choose your university degree or your next roles and even jobs after you've studied. So we need something like that sometimes in spiritual life to get some ideas as to what I should do next to take my spiritual life forward. And that does depend to some extent on our situation, on our level of spiritual advancement, and also on our level of material entanglement. Entanglement or material obligation, you could say, is a better way to say it. So that is when you feed in those different parameters into the equation, for each person, the result will be different.
Yeah.
For some people, it may be the case that they should just stay exactly where they are, no physical changes, nothing. And they should do A, B, and C in order to make their spiritual life go forward. But for some others, it may be the case that they actually need to go somewhere where they can actually study the science of Krishna consciousness with exclusive focus for some period of time. For others, it could be that they need to just spend more time with devotees. For others, it could be they need to go on a few retreats and then come back and resume normal life. There can be many, many options, as you see. So it is something to think about personally. What do you consider would be ideal for you to do? Consider what are the possibilities for you. Then once you've thought about it, then have a discussion with a senior person that you trust, and you'll get some more insights through that process.
Hare Krishna. Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, thank you
Thank
so
you, Prabhu.
much.
Thank you so much.
So Madhav Kumar Prabhu, utilized time very effectively. Yes, so he doesn't waste a single minute. Thank you very much, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu. Now we'll move on to the next part of our Gita recitation, Bhakti Yoga. So chapter 7 is being recited by our Madhav Kumar Prabhu.
Very well. Thank you, Prabhu, for the opportunity. I'll start with your permission.
Yes, please go ahead, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 7, Knowledge of the Absolute. Text 1. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya Sakta Manapatha Yogam Yunja Madashraya Ashamshayam Samagram Mam Yatha Gyayasita Shrinu Jnanam Teham Savijnanam Idam Vakshami Asetaha Yagyantva Neha Bhuyo Nyantavyam Avashisyate Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kashid Yatati Siddhaye Yatatam Api Siddhanam Kashim Mam Veti Tatvataha Bhumirapo Nalavayu Kammano Buddhirevacha Ahankara iti yamme Bhinna Prakriti Rashtadha Aparayamitastvanyam Prakritim Vidhi Me Param Jiva Bhutam Mahabaho Yaedam Dharyate Jagat Etadyonini Bhutani Sarvaniti Upadharaya Aham Krit Sanyasya Jagata Prabhava Pralayastatha Matta Parataram Nanyat Kinchidasti Dhananjaya Mai Sarvam Idam Protam Sutre Manigana Eva Rasoham Apsu Konteya Prabhashmi Shashi Suryayo Pranavah sarva vedeshu Shabdakhe paurusham nushu Punyo gandaha prithviyam cha tejaschasmi vivavasau Jivanam sarva bhuteshu tapaschasmi tapasvishvu Bijam mam sarva bhutanam vidhi partha sanatanam Buddhir buddhimatmasmi tejas tejasvinam aham Balam balavatam chaham kamaraga vivarjitam Dharma viruddho bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshava Ye cheva sattvika bhava rajastamasasya ye matta eveti tanviddhi natva aham tesu te mahi Tribhurgunamair bhave revi sarva idam jagat mohitam na vijnanati mamebhya param avyayam Devi esa gunamayi mama maya durataya mame vaye prapadyante maya metam tarantite namam dushkitano mura prapadyante naradama maya pratagyana asuram bhavam asrita Chaturveda bhajante mam jnana sukriti norjuna atogikya surarthati jnani cha bharatarshava Tesham jnani nitya yukta eka bhaktir vishishyate priyo hi jnani notyartham aham sa cha mama priya Udara sarva eva te jnani tva atma eva mai matam asita sahi yuktatma mameva nuttamam gatim Bahunam janmanamante jnanamam prapadyante prapadyate vasudeva sarvamiti saha mahatma sadurlava Kamastaistar hitagna prapadyante nyadevata tam tam niyamam asthaya prakritya niyata svaya Yo yo yam yam tanum bhakta shraddhayarchitum ichchati tasya tasya chalam shraddham tameva vidadami aham sataya shraddhayuktas tasya radam nam ihate labhate cha tata kaman maeva vihitan hitan Antavattu phalam tesam tadbhavati alpamedasam devan devayajo yanti madbhakta yanti mamapi avyaktam vyaktim appanam maniyante mama abuddhaya param bhavam ajnananto mayavyam anuttamam Naham prakasha sarvasya yoga maya samavrita Mudoyam nabhigyanati loko mamajam avyayam Vedaham samatittani vartamanani charjuna Bhavishyani cha bhutani mam tu vedana kashana Ichchadvesha samuttena dvandva mohena bharata sarva bhutani sammoham sargayanti parantapa Yesham tvantagatam papam jnanam punyakarmanam te dvandva moha nirmukta bhajante mam nridavrata Jaramarana mokshaya mamashritya yatantiye te brahma tad viduk kritsnam adhyatmam karma chakhilam Sadi bhutadi daivam mam sadi yagnam cha ye vidu prayana kale pichamam te vidur yukta chetasa Hare Krishna
Om Tat Saditi Shri
Hare Om Tat Sat.
Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Sri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Jnana Vijnana Yogo Nama Saptamodhyayaha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you, Madhukuma Prabhu. Atha Ashtamodhyayaha. Arjuna Vacha. Kim tad brahma kim madhyatmam kim karma purushottama adhibhutam cha kim proktam adhidhaivatam kim uchyate adhiyajnaha katam kotra dehesmin madhusudana prayana kale pichamam prayana kale cha katam jnayosi niyatatma bihi. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Swabhavodhyatma Muchyate Bhuta Bhavodbhava Karo Visarga Karma Sangnitaha Adhibhutam Ksharo Bhavaha Purushachadi Daivatam Adhiyajno Aham Yevatra Dehe Deha Bhrutamvara Antakale cha mameva smaran muktva kalevaram yaprayati samadbhavam yati nastyatra samshayaha yam yam vapi smaran bhavam tyajantyante kalevaram tam tamevaiti kaunteya sada tadbhava bhavitaha. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mamanusmara yudhyacha mayarpita mano buddhir mame vaishyasya samshayaha abhyasa yoga yuktena chetasananya ghamina paramam purusham divyam yati partanu chintayan Kavim Puranam Anushasitaram Anoraniyam Samanusmaretyaha Sarvasya Dataram Achintya Rupam Aditya Varnam Tamasa Parastat Prayana kale manasa chalena bhaktya yukto yoga balena chaiva bhruvor madhye pranamaveshya samyak satam param purushamupaiti divyam. Yadaksharam vedavido vadanti vishanti yadyatayo vitaragaha yadichanto brahmacharyam charanti tatte padam sangrahena pravakshe. Sarvadvarani samyamya manovruddhi nirudhya cha murdanyadhayatmana pranam astito yoga dharanam om ityekaksharam brahma vyaharan mamanusmaran yaha prayatistyajan deham sayati paramam gatim. Ananyacheta satatam yo mam smarasi nityasha tasyaham sulabha partha nityayuktasya yoginaham mamupetya punarjanma dukkhalayam ashashvatam napnuvanti mahatmanaha samsiddhim paramam gataha. Abrahma bhuvana lokaha punaravruttino arjuna mamupetya tu kaunteya punarjanmana vidyate sahasra yuga paryantam aharyad brahmano vidhu ratrim yuga sahasrantam teho ratra vido janaha avyakta advyaktaya sarvaha प्रभवन्त्यहरागामे रात्र्यागामे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैव व्यक्ता सम्यके भूतग्राम स एवायं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्र्यागामे अवशः पार्थ प्रभवत्यहरागामे परस्तस्मात्तु भावो अन्या अव्यक्तो अव्यक्तात् सनातनः यः स सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यस्तु न विनश्यति अव्यक्तो अक्षर इत्युक्तस्तमाहु परमां गतिं यं प्राप्य न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषः स परः पार्थ भक्त्या लभ्यस्त्वनन्या यस्यन्तस्तानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं तथम् यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तिम् आवृत्तिं चैव योगिनः प्रयातयान्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतऋषभा अग्निर्ज्योतिरहः शुक्ला षण्मास उत्तरायणं तत्र प्रयात गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म ब्रह्मविदो जनाः धूमो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्ण षण्मास दक्षिणायनं तत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्या निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णा गतिहैते जगतः शाश्वते मते एकया याति अनावृत्तिम् अन्यया वृत्ते पुनः नैते श्रुति पार्था जानन् योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपस्सु चैव दानेषु यत्पुण्यफलं प्रदिष्टम् अत्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानमुपैति चाध्यम् ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे अक्षर ब्रह्म योगो नाम अष्टमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. So now the 9th chapter. So Hare Krishna, 9th chapter, entitled Most Confidential Knowledge. There are quite a few familiar verses from the chapter, like Patram Pushpam Palam Toyam, everybody knows. So we'll recite that now. Sumedha, when you are ready. Shri Bhagavanuvacha idam tu te guhyatamam pravakshyamyanasuyave jnanam vijnana sahitam yajnatva mokshase shubhat Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavagamam Dharmyam Susukam Kartum Avyayam Ashraddhadanaha Purusha Dharmasyasya Parantapa Aprapyamam Nivartante Mrutyu Samsara Vartmani Maya tathamidam sarvam jagatavyaktamurtina matstani sarva bhutani nachaham teshvavastita nachamastani bhutani pashyame yogamaishwaram bhuta bhrunna cha bhutasto mamatma bhuta bhavanaha yadhakashastito nityam vayu sarvatra तत्रगो महन् तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मत्स्थान्युपधारय सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकं कल्पक्षये पुनस्तानि कल्पादौ विसृज्याम्यहम् प्रकृतिं स्वामवष्टभ्य विसृज्यामि पुनः पुनः भूताग्राममिमं कृत्स्नम् अवशं प्रकृतेर्वशात् न च मां तानि कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय उदासीनवदासीनम् असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु मयाद्येक्षेण प्रकृति सूयते सचराचरम् हेतुनानेन कौन्तेया जगद्विपरिवर्तते अवजानन्ति मां मूढा मानुषीं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावमजानन्तो मम भूता महेश्वरम् मोगाशमोगकर्माणो मोगज्ञानविचेतसः राक्षसीमासुरं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहिनीमाश्रिताः महात्मानास्तु मां पार्थ दैवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रिताः भजन्त्यनन्यमनसो ज्ञात्वा भूतादिमव्ययम् सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्तश्च दृढव्रताः नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतो मुखम् अहं क्रतुरहं यज्ञः स्वदाहम् अहमौषधम् मन्त्रोऽहम् अहम् एवाज्यम् अहम् अग्निरहं भूतम् पितामहस्य जगतो माता दाता पितामह वेद्यं पवित्रं ओंकार ऋक्सामायजुरेव च गतिर्भर्ता प्रभु साक्षी निवास शरणं सुहृत् प्रभवा प्रलयास्थानं निधानं बीजमव्ययम् तपाम्यहं वर्षं निगृणां युत्सृजामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सदा सच्चहमर्जुना त्रैविद्या मां सोमपापूता पापा यज्ञैरिष्ट्वा स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुण्यमासाद्य सुरेन्द्रलोकम् अश्नन्ति दिव्यान्ति विदेव भोगान् ते तं भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षीणे पुण्ये मर्त्यलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रैधर्मम् अनुप्रपन्ना गतागतं कामकामा लभन्ते अनन्याश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जना पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् येऽप्यन्यदेवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेया यजन्त विधिपूर्वकम् अहं ये सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु मामभिजानन्ति तत्त्वेन तश्चवन्ति ते यान्ति देवव्रता देवान् पितॄन् यान्ति पितृव्रताः भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज्या यान्ति मध्याजिनोऽपि माम् पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति tadaham bhaktyupavrutam ashnami prayatatmanah. Yat karoshi yadashnasi yajjuvosi dhadasi yat tapasyasi kaunteya tat kurshva madarpanam shubha shubha palairevam mokshase karma bandhanai sannyasa yoga yuktatma vimukto mamupaishyasi samoham sarva bhuteshu न मे द्वेषोऽस्ति न प्रियः ये भजन्तु ते मां भक्त्या मयि ते तेषु चाप्यहम् अपि चेषु दुराचारो भजते मामनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समन्तव्यः सम्यग् व्यवसितो ईशः क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा शश्वत् शान्तिं निगच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि न मे भक्ता प्रणश्यति मां ये पार्थ व्यपाश्रित्य ये अपि स्वापापयोनयः स्त्रियो वैश्यास्तथा शूद्रास् ते अपि यान्ति परां गतिम् किं पुनर्ब्राह्मणा पुण्या भक्ता राजर्षयस्तथा अनित्यमसुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व माम् मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैश्यसि युक्तैवम् आत्मानं मत्परायणः ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु ब्रह्म विद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे राजविद्या राजगुह्य योगो नाम नवमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. Hare Krishna. Now over to Navdeep Chandra Prabhu for explanation.
Hare Krishna. So I hope you enjoyed these 3 chapters, chapters 7 to 9, where we have just launched ourselves into this middle section. As Gaur Nataraj Prabhu explained, this is the section called Bhakti, the Bhakti section, sandwiched in between Karma and Gyan. So in this section, we get the most details about this process of Bhakti. And as we concluded from the previous section of 3 verses, that Krishna says, Yogi nam api sarvesham madkate nantaratmana shraddhavan bhajate omam samayukta tamomataha. He who is most dear to me is intimately united with me through yoga, through service, and he's the topmost yogi. So we are understanding what this means, what bhakti is. Bhakti is, of course, performed by the bhakta and is connected to Bhagavan. So we need to know something more about it. How does this bhakti work? What is its purpose? So we get some details in this section. And chapter 7. Well, what is chapter 7 entitled? Who knows what chapter 7 is called?
Knowledge of the Absolute.
Say it again, please.
Knowledge of the Absolute.
Yes, knowledge of the Absolute. Well, we've had some knowledge of the Absolute in chapter 4 already, transcendental knowledge. But now we get another dose, some more knowledge of the Absolute, because Krishna is really unlimited, and there is no shortage of knowledge about Krishna. Now here we come across an irony, because Krishna keeps himself hidden. In one sense, he is the world's best secret, the world's best kept secret, because he is everywhere. Many people in the world worship him. He's even in the core of their hearts. But there are very, very few people who actually know him and understand him. So Krishna it's almost like an open secret. God is an open secret. Different people like to use God for different purposes. Maybe for political gain, maybe for territorial gain, maybe for their own agendas of controlling different people. Some countries have policies of anything to do with God is considered dissent against the state. So it works both ways. Some states very much promote God. Some rulers like to invoke God when it suits their agenda. And other states like to deny God because it suits their agenda. So he's quite famous, God. And he is used for a whole range of purposes in the world. Lots of people are trying to use him for all sorts of things. But the thing is, hardly any of them know him. He is a big secret. Everyone is guessing, what is God? What does he do? But Krishna is free from false ego. We know in this world that whenever someone gets a prominent position, an important position, they like to brag about it. They like to tell everyone, look what a good position I am. I'm the most important person. And they feel a need to keep promoting themselves. So there are whole industries which are designed to help you cultivate your image, to promote yourself. Well, the thing is, Krishna doesn't really care for any of that. He is the Supreme Lord. Let's just not forget that he is the Supreme Lord, the most powerful being in the entire creation, and the person who has created and is responsible for everything. That's his actual status. But coupled with that is a complete lack of a need to keep promoting himself. So Krishna remains completely hidden. If someone decides that I no longer wish to interact with Krishna and I wish to forget all about him and I wish to just try to enjoy, well, Krishna says, okay, here you go. And he creates this material world for us. And he sends them here. And as Prabhupada writes in one place, this material world is given to naughty children, just like playing cradles are given to children. This is given to the naughty, conditioned souls, just like playing cradles are given to children. So the idea is, okay, you don't want to follow the program. Here, take something and amuse yourself with it for some time. And so everyone tries. They come into this world and they try to amuse themselves. And they try different things. Sometimes it's amusing and sometimes it's not. Sometimes there's happiness. And sometimes there's distress. But Krishna is hidden. He is so not concerned with his own fame that he avoids any need to gain some respect from others. Now you might say, but all the holy books in the world are saying, worship the Lord. So that doesn't sound like what you're saying. But there's a difference. In the chapter 7 and in this section 7, 8, 9 and in the subsequent chapters, there's a special analogy given about how Krishna functions. Sutre manigana iva. Krishna is described as the thread. If any of you wearing a necklace today, a necklace or a garland, well, if you are, hopefully what you can see is the flowers and the beads, all strung together nicely and looking like one unified item. But any intelligent person knows that underneath it, within it, there is a thread. There is a thread that runs throughout the entire structure of the necklace or the garland and gives it its form and support. And that is Krishna. He remains completely hidden, expertly hidden, so that anyone trying to discover him will never discover him. But at the same time, he is indispensable because nothing can exist outside of him. So he remains like this, undetected in the hearts of all the living entities and in every single atom of the creation throughout the entire universe. So we start to get some details now about exactly how Krishna hides himself and where he is to be found. But uncovering this knowledge is something that happens only by the mercy of the devotee. This knowledge is confidential, and as I mentioned, Krishna does not try to broadcast it far and wide to everyone. It is Arjun who has to draw it out of Krishna. And as we mentioned, Arjun's qualification to do so is that he is Krishna's friend and his devotee. So only such a person can eagerly entice knowledge from Krishna. Now we mentioned that Krishna keeps himself hidden, but we also mentioned that all the holy books are always talking about worshipping the Lord, serving the Lord. So it sounds like the Lord has some ego to fill. Well, that's because we haven't understood the situation fully. Knowledge about the Lord, if we understand knowledge about the Lord, that puts us in a better situation for making success of our lives, not making a success of Krishna's existence. If we understand the constitutional reality of ourselves, if we understand who we are, how we are connected to the Supreme Lord, whether we want to be or not, and we learn how to act in that relationship, the person who benefits is us. Krishna is completely self-satisfied. As it says in the Brahma Samhita, Lakshmi Sahasra Shata Sambrahma Sevyamanam Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. He has hundreds and millions of Lakshmis, goddesses of fortune, tending to his every need. There's absolutely nothing that we can supply. He has everything in full. If there is ever any question of our connection with him, the benefit is largely for us. For sure, Krishna is pleased when we are connected to him because that's the natural state. But the person who gains the most is us. Because Krishna is self-satisfied. Atmaram, Bhoktaram. He's completely self-satisfied, doesn't need anything. But we stand to gain. Now, however, that understanding of Krishna's takes two aspects. One is the aspect of knowledge or theory, jnana, which we have so far covered through chapter 4 and through various other discussions, which are sown throughout the Gita. But there is another component, another very important aspect, which is called Vigyan. So actually the title of chapter 7 is Vijnana Yoga. And Vigyan means realization, realized knowledge. Theoretical knowledge is not sufficient. We actually need knowledge that is beyond the theory and which actually becomes a part of us and our functioning. And that is Vigyan, as Prabhupada describes, realization. That is a process. Knowledge beyond theory is very important because it is real. That realization comes through us when we engage in a process of connection with Krishna. And it also comes to us through Krishna's mercy. Now in chapter 9, it's mentioned very nicely that Raja Vidyam Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idam Uttamam Pratyaksha Vagamam Dharmyam Susukham Kartam Avyayam. That this king of knowledge is the most sublime, is the most pure. And it brings great joy. Susukham kartam avyayam. So when one understands Gyan, knowledge about Krishna, and then Vigyan, realizes that knowledge, that brings one the highest type of happiness. So therefore, demonstrating knowledge in our character becomes a very important activity. There are many people in this world claiming to be saints. Actually, almost every person thinks they are a very saintly person. Have you noticed that? You may have even caught yourself thinking that in the past. I'm so good. I'm doing everything nicely. I follow all the morals. I follow all the rules. I follow the laws. I'm nice to people. I'm a very good person. I hope Krishna knows that. Or Krishna must know it. I mean, after all, he can see clearly how great I am. Well, many people have a very high opinion of themselves. But a person who actually has knowledge and understanding, and coupled with humility, understands actually how much further they have to go. Understands how much more they have to do to come to a stage where Krishna might be interested in them. Now that mood is one which propels us forward in spiritual life. The first mood that I described doesn't take us anywhere. We are satisfied. We are self-satisfied with our own glories. And therefore we do not try to do anything to further Krishna's glory. But the moment we realize that we are a servant, we are an insignificant but important servant of Krishna's, then we actually start to wonder, what can we do to please Krishna? And therefore different secrets are given in this verse. Part of the process of manifesting realization of Krishna in our character is about engaging in activities connected to Krishna. And therefore chapter 9 gives us some very simple techniques. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhakta prayachati tadaham bhakti uparatam ashnami prayatatmanaha. Offer me a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water with devotion, and I will accept it. Is spiritual life difficult? Who can say spiritual life is complicated and with my present circumstance, I cannot do it? I need the Lord to give me £1 million, or he needs to resolve this legal problem I'm stuck in, or he needs to fix my house, or he needs to deal with my wife, or he needs to do this, that, deal with the boss at work, or change my job, or tell my children to behave. No, what does Krishna say? He says, Patram pushpam phalam toyam. Who cannot do that? Is there anyone here who can say they cannot do that? Under practically all circumstances. Is there ever a circumstance when someone cannot do that? Patram pushpam phalam toyam. Only happens if you're oppressed and in a cell, right? If you're physically restrained in some way. And even then, you can do it in your mind. So Krishna creates a process which anyone can follow at any time. You don't need anything. You do not need lavish comforts. You do not need a lavish situation. You do not need a big position. You do not need a big bank balance. You do not need name, fame, respect, or distinction from anyone. Very easy to offer him a leaf, a flower, a fruit, and water. Absolutely anyone can do that. But would you believe it? There are some people who still cannot do that even. Such a small amount Krishna is asking, but there are people who cannot do that. So Krishna is so kind. He said, Yat karoshi yadasnasi yat johoshi dadashi yat tapasyasi kaunteya tat kurushva madarpanam. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer, whatever you do in your life, do that as an offering to me. Okay, you do not want to offer me these things that I'm asking you. Leaf, water, flower, fruit. Okay, then whatever you're doing, offer that to me. Is that difficult? So these are the concepts which we can kind of term to be elements of a yoga ladder, a hierarchy of connection with Krishna, where there is the topmost option, which is to do exactly what Krishna wants. Then there's the next best option. Then there's the next best option, and another, and another, and another. So Krishna is so kind. Despite the process being exceptionally easy, we find difficulties in performing it. So Krishna gives us further processes which we can follow without undue distress. So it is really an unfortunate person that does not find something that they can do that connects them with Krishna. This can only come from active, willful dislike of Krishna or lifetimes and lifetimes of sinful behavior. So somehow, at some point, we are given a chance to come to Krishna. By the mercy of the spiritual master, by the mercy of the devotees, we are given a little seed of bhakti, a little something to get started with. And Krishna is seeing, what do we do with that? He wants to see, he's observing. How do we take that chance that's been given to us? And what he does depends upon our response. For the person who is eager to accept the opportunity, eager to accept the nectar that's been given to them, Krishna helps. He arranges situations. He sends devotees. He makes things happen in the world. He gives us lessons. And the devotee moves forward. And if he sees we are not interested, then, well, we are back under the control of the material energy. We know how the material energy works. Gives us our dues and gives us our sufferings. Gives us the results of our good karma and gives us the results of our bad karma. Fulfills our desires to the extent permitted within our karma. And the laws of material nature are heavy. So this is Krishna. This is the option Krishna gives to help us transform our character, to convert that theoretical knowledge into practical understanding, practical realization. And one of the ways he does that is by giving us a very powerful process of bhakti with which we connect with him and which anyone can perform. So that's the intro to bhakti that we've received through these first 3 chapters. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, thank you for that. And we'll move on to the next 3 chapters. So, Dinbandhu Prabhu, so you may please proceed reciting 10th chapter.
Shri Bhagwan Vacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shriyu me paramam vacha Yatteham priyamanaya Vakshyami takamyaya Name vidu suragana Prabhavam na maharshaya Aham adir hi devana Maharshinam cha sarvasha Yo mam ajam anadim cha Vetti lokam maheshwaram Asamura samateshu sarva pape pramuchyate buddhir jnanam sammoha shama satyam damah shama sukham dukkham bhavo bhavo bhayam cha bhayameva cha ahimsa samata tushti stapodhanam yasho yasha bhavanti bhava bhaktanam matta eva pratagvidha Maharshaya sapta purve cha tvaro manavasthatha madbhava manasa jata yesham loka ima praja etam vibhutim yogam cha mayo veti tattvata so vikampena yogena yujyate natra samshaya aham sarvasya prabhavo mattah sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava Majjitamadamitrana bodhayantah parasparam kathayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha teshan satata yuktanam vrajatam priti purvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayanti te teshan evanukam partham aham ajnanajam tamah नाशयाम्यात्मभावस्थो ज्ञानदीपेन भास्वता। अर्जुन उवाच परं ब्रह्म परं धाम पवित्रं परमं भवान् पुरुषं शाश्वतं दिव्यम् आदिदेवम् अजं विभुम् आहुस्त्वां ऋषयः सर्वे देवर्षिनारदस्तथा वसितो देवलो व्यास स्वयं चैव ब्रवीषि मे सर्वमेतदृतं मन्ये यन्मां वदसि केशव न हि ते भगवन् व्यक्तिं विदुर्देवान् दानवाः स्वयं एवात्मनात्मानं वेत्थत्वं पुरुषोत्तम भूतभावनतेश देवदेव जगत्पते वक्तुम् अर्हस्य शेषेण दिव्याय अतिभूतय याभिर्विभूतिर्भिर्लोकान् इमां स्वं व्याप्य तिष्ठसि कथं विद्यामहं योगीं त्वां सदा परिचिन्तयन् केषु केषु च भावेषु चिन्त्योऽसि भगवन्मया विस्तरेणात्मनो योगं विभूतिं च जनार्दन भूयः कथय तृप्तिर्हि शृण्वतो नास्ति मे कृतम् श्रीभगवानुवाच हन्त ते कथयिष्यामि दिव्यायात्मविभूतया प्राधान्यतः कुरु श्रेष्ठ नास्त्यन्तो विस्तरस्य मे अहमात्मा गुडाकेश सर्वभूताशयस्थितः अहम् आदिश्च मध्यं च भूतानामन्त एव च आदित्यानामहं विष्णुर्ज्योतिषां रविरंशुमान् मरीचिर्मरुतामस्मि नक्षत्राणामहं शशि वेदानां सामवेदोऽस्मि देवानामस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतानामस्मि चेतना रुद्राणां शङ्करश्चास्मि वित्तेषु यक्षरक्षसां वसुनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुशिखरिणामहम् पुरोदसां च मुख्यं मां विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पति सेनानीनामहं स्कन्दः सरसामस्मि सागर महर्षीणां भृगुरहं गिरामस्य एकमक्षरम् यज्ञानां जपयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः अश्वत्थः सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारद गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथः सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उज्जय श्रवसमश्वानां विद्धि माममृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च गणाधिपम् आयुधानामहं वज्रं धेनुनामस्मि कामधो प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्पः सर्पाणामस्मि वासुकी अनन्ताश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पितॄणामर्यमश्चास्मि यमः संयमतामहम् प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालः कालयतामहम् मृगाणां च मृगद्रोहं वैनतेश्च पक्षिणाम् पवनः पवतास्मि रामः शस्त्रभृतामहम् यशाणां मकरश्चास्मि स्रोतसामस्मि जानवी सर्गाणामातिरक्तश्च मध्यं चैवामहर्जुन अध्यात्मविद्याविद्यानां वादः प्रवदतामहम् अक्षराम् अकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वः सामसिकस्य च अहम् एवाक्षयः कालो धाताहं विश्वतो मुख मृत्यु सर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यताम् कीर्ति श्रीर्वाक्च नारीणां स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतिं शमः वृत्सां तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहम् मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहम् ऋतूनां कुसुमाकर द्युतं छलयतः छलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहम् जयोऽस्मि दिवसायोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्वतमामहम् ऋषीणां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जय मुनीनामप्यहं व्यास कवीनां शिला कवी दण्डो दमयतास्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषताम् मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहम् यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहम् अर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यस्मात् मया भूतं चराचरम् नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष तुद्देशतः प्रोक्तो विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद्विभूतिमस्तत्त्वं श्रीमदूर्जितमेव वा तत्तदेवावगच्छत्वं मम तेजोंशसम्भवम् अथवा बहुलेतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विष्टव्याहमिदं कृत्स्नम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत् ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे विभूतियोगो नाम दशमोऽध्यायः श्रीप्रभुपाद की जय।
Yeah, thank you very much, Prabhu, Dinman Prabhu, for that. And now request Sumedh to recite chapter 11. Do you want me to share the screen, Sumedh?
Yeah, it would be easier if that's
Okay,
possible.
I'll do that. Just 1 second. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, done.
Thank you. अत एकादशोऽध्यायः Chapter 11, the Universal Form. Arjuna उवाच मदनुग्रहाय परमं गुह्यमाध्यात्मसंज्ञितं यत्त्वयोक्तं वचस्तेन मोहोऽयं विगतो मम भवाप्ययौ हि भूतानां श्रुतौ विस्तरसो मया त्वत्तः कमलपत्राक्ष माहात्म्यमपि चाव्ययम् एवमेतद्यथा तत्त्वम् आत्मानं परमेश्वर द्रष्टुमिच्छामि ते रूपम् ऐश्वरं पुरुषोत्तम मन्यसे यदि तच्चक्यं मया द्रष्टुमिति प्रभो योगेश्वर ततो मे त्वं दर्शयात्मानमव्ययम् श्रीभगवानुवाच पश्य मे पार्थरूपाणि शतशोऽथसहस्रशः नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतीनि च पश्यादित्यान् वसून् रुद्रान् अश्विनौ मरुतस्तथा बहून्यदृष्टपूर्वाणि पश्चाश्चर्याणि भारत इहैकत्स्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्याद्य सचराचरं मम देहे गुडाकेश यच्चान्यद्द्रष्टुमिच्छसि न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषः दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षु पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा ततो राजन् महायोगेश्वरो हरिः दर्शयामस्य पार्थाय परमं रूपमैश्वरम् अनेकवक्त्रनयनम् अनेकाद्भुतदर्शनम् अनेकदिव्याभरणम् दिव्यनेकोद्यतायुधम् दिव्यमाल्याम्बरधरम् दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनम् सर्वाश्चर्यमयम् देवम् अनन्तम् विश्वतोमुखम् दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवेद्युगपदुत्थिता यदि भासादृशी सा स्यात् भाष्यस्तस्य महात्मनः तत्रैकत्स्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तम् अनेकदा अपश्यादेव देवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवास्तथा ततः स विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमा धनञ्जय प्रणम्य शिरसा देवांस कृताञ्जलिरभासत अर्जुनोवाच पश्यामि देवांस्तव देवदेहे सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्गान् ब्रह्माणमीशं कमलासनस्थं ऋषींश्च सर्वामुरगंश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहूधरवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपं नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूप किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रिणं च तेजोराशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वां दुर्निरीक्षं समन्तात् दीप्तानलाकाद्युक्तिमप्रमेयम् त्वम् अक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानम् त्वम् अव्ययः शाश्वतधर्मगोप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रम् पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुतासवक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तम् द्यावा पृथिव्योरिदरं तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयैकेन दिशश्च सर्वा दृष्ट्वाद्भुतमुपमुग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यतितं महात्मन् अमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्गा विशन्ति केचिद्भीता प्रञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तीत्युक्त्वा महर्षिसिद्धसङ्गा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतुभिः पुष्कलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च साध्या विश्वेस्विनो मरुतश्चोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्गा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मिताश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुबाहुरुपादं बाहुधरं बाहुदांष्टकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोका प्रव्यथितास्तथाहम् नभस्पृशं दीपमनेकवर्णं व्यताननं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितन्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि समं च विष्णो दांष्टाकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां धृतराष्ट्रस्य पुत्र सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्गै भीष्मो द्रोणसूतपुत्रस्तथासो साहस्मदीयैरपि योधमुख्यै वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाना विशन्ति दांष्ट्राकरालानि भयानकानि केचिद्विलग्ना दशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गै यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगा समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगाः तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगा लेलीह्यसे ग्रहसमाना समन्ताल् लोकान् समग्रान् वज्रैर्ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत्समग्रं भाषस्तवोग्र प्रतपन्ति विष्णु आख्याखि मे को भगवानुग्ररूप नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिम् श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहन्तुमिह प्रवृत्ता ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे एव स्थिता प्रत्यनुकेषु योधाः तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रुन् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धं मयैवेते निहतपूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव्यतव्यसाचिन् द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यानपि योधवीर्यान् मया हतांस्त्वं जहिमा व्यतिष्ठ युध्यस्व जेतासि रणे सपत्नान् सञ्जय उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमाना किरीटी नमस्कृत्य भूय एवाह कृत्स्नं सगद्गदं भीत प्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने हृषीकेश तव प्रकीर्त्य जगत्प्रहृष्यात्यनुराज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गा कस्माच्चित्तेन नमरेन्महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्राह्मणोऽप्यादिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वमक्षरं सदसत्तत्परं यत् त्वम् आदिदेव पुरुषः पुराणास् त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेतासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूपं वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणश्च शशाङ्क प्रजापतिस्त्वां प्रतिपामहश्च नमो नमस्ते तु सहस्रकृत्वा पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादत पृष्ठतस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्व अनन्तवीर्यामितविक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोऽसि सर्व सखेति मत्वा प्रसभं यदोक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानां तवेदं माया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यच्चावहासार्थमसत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासनभोजनेषु एको तवाप्यच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वामहमप्रमेयम् पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुङ्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यब्धिककुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽप्यप्रतिमा प्रभाव तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वामहमीशमीड्यम् पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्यु प्रिया प्रियायार्हसि देव शोधुम् अदृष्ट्वपूर्वं हि अदृष्टपूर्वं हृषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन चाप्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच माया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितमात्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वमनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन न दृष्ट्वा पूर्वं न वेदयज्ञाध्ययनैर्न दानैर्न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रैः एवं रूपशक्य अहं नृलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीर्य मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमिद्रं ममेदं व्यपेतविप्रीतमनः पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपमिदं प्रपश्य सञ्जय उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्ततोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयमास भूय अश्वासयम् आस च भीत एनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वापुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मनुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीम् अस्मि संवृत्ता सचेता प्रकृतिं गता श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दर्शमिदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देवा अप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणा नाहं वेदैर्न तपसा न दानेन न चेज्यजा शक्य एव विदो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्या अहमेवाविदोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्मत्कृन्मत्परमो मद्भक्ता सङ्गवर्जिता निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यः स मामेति पाण्डवा ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विश्वरूपसन्दर्शनयोगो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Sumit, for that. And now we request Damal Vilas Prabhu to recite 12th chapter. So I will share the screen here. Please unmute Damal Vilas Prabhu. Thank you.
Okay, Hare Krishna.
Hare Bol.
Hare Bol.
All the way from India.
Okay, thank you. अथ द्वादशोऽध्यायः भक्तियोगः अर्जुन उवाच एवं सततयुक्ता ये भक्तास्त्वां परिपासते ये चापि अक्षरं न व्यक्तं तेषां के योगवित्तमः श्रीभगवानुवाच मयि अवेशमनो ये मां नित्ययुक्ता उपासते श्रद्धया परयोपेतास् ते मे युक्ततमा मतः ये त्व अक्षरम् अनिर्देशम् अव्यक्तं परिपासते सर्वत्र गम् अचिन्त्यं च कूटस्थम् अचलं ध्रुवम् संयम्य इन्द्रियग्रामम् सर्वत्र समबुद्धयः ते प्राप्नुवन्ति मामेव सर्वभूतहिते रतः क्लेशो अधिकतरस्तेषाम् अव्यक्तासक्तचेतसाम् अव्यक्ता हि गतिर्दुःखम् देहवद्भिरवाप्यते ये तु सर्वाणि कर्माणि मयि सन्न्यासमत्परः अन्येनैव योगेन मां ध्यायन्त उपासते तेषाम् अहं समुद्धर्ता मृत्यु संसार सागरात् भवामि न चिरात् पार्थ मयि अवेशत चेतसाम् मयि एव मन आदत्स्व मयि बुद्धिं निवेशय निवेश्यसि मयि इव अत ऊर्ध्वं न संशयः अथ चित्तं समाधातुं न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यासयोगेन ततो मां छाप्तुं धनञ्जय अभ्यासे अपि असमर्थोऽसि मत्कर्म परमो भव मद अर्थम अपि कर्माणि कुर्वन् सिद्धिम् अवाप्स्यसि अथ तद् अपि अशक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मद्योगम् आश्रितः सर्वकर्म फलत्यागं तथा कुरु यथात्मवान् श्रेयो हि ज्ञानम् अभ्यासात् ज्ञानात् ज्ञानं विशिष्यते ज्ञानात् कर्म फल त्यागात् शान्तिर् अनन्तरम् अवेष्ट सर्वभूतानां मैत्रः करुण एव च निर्ममो निरङ्कारः सम दुःख सुख क्षमे सन्तुष्टः सततं योगी यतात्मा दृढ़ निश्चयः मयि अर्पित मनो बुद्धि यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यस्मान्नोद्विजते लोको लोकान्नोद्विजते च यः हर्षामृष भयोद्वेग मुक्तो यः स च मे प्रियः अनापेक्ष शुचिर्दक्ष उदासीनो गत व्यथः सर्वारंभ परित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न हृष्यति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न कांक्षति शुभ अशुभ परित्यागी भक्तिमान यः स मे प्रियः समः शत्रु च मित्रे च तथा मान अपमानयोः शीतोषण सुख दुःखेषु समः संग विवर्जितः तुल्य निंदा स्तुतिर्मौनी संतुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतः स्थितिर्मुक्तिर् भक्तिमान् मे प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्मामृतम् इदं यथोक्तं परिपासते श्रद्धा दाना मत्परमा भक्तास्ते अतीव मे प्रियः ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्म विद्यां योग शास्त्रे श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे भक्ति योग नाम द्वादश्यो अध्यायः हरे कृष्ण
Hare Krishna, Krishna
कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, Damodar Vilas Prabhu. Thank you very much for that. All the way from India. Thank you. Really appreciate. Now we'll hear from our Navdeep Chandra Prabhu. So over to you, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu.
Krishna. Hare Krishna. So part 2 of Bhakti section. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhakta prayachati. And if that is not possible, yad karoshi yad ashnasi yad johoshi tadashiyat. Sounds simple, right? Patram pushpam, if not possible, then whatever you do, offer it to me. But unfortunately, it's too simple. People need something more complicated in life. When a simple solution is given, they don't like it. Therefore, they need something more complex. And what is more complex? Well, Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam and the devotional principles given in chapter 7, 8, and 9, they are very, very clear and predictable. Maybe a bit too predictable. So what is our favorite weapon of choice when we want something unpredictable? Can anyone give an answer? What do we choose when we want something unpredictable? Anyone? Any suggestion? Just shout it out.
Would you like to rephrase that, Prabhu? Sorry, we didn't get that.
If we want some unpredictability in our lives, what do we turn to?
We just turn to unpredictability, Maya.
Maya, okay, but okay, develop it a bit further. Not quite Maya, actually, but basically. Come on, let's have a few suggestions at least.
Sora.
I'm wondering.
Our mind.
Krishna.
Okay, one is Krishna. What is the other one?
Our mind.
Our mind. Yes, I like that very much. That's what I was thinking. Our mind. If we want a dose of unpredictability or a new suggestion, let's just consult our mind. And actually, the mind is a constant source of entertainment for us. Now, our normal life is like this. What will my mind produce tomorrow? Well, you can almost guarantee it'll be something similar to what it's produced in the past, but also something different. A new desire, a new objective, a new goal. Something new and exciting to look forward to every day. Isn't it? Free entertainment every day. What will my mind do next? Now, one interesting thing to observe is that people in this world are looking for independence. There are some countries who would like to be, where the citizens would like to be independent, free to do whatever they like. Now, for most people in countries which are free, that basically translates to whatever my mind produces, I should be free to do it. I should have unrestricted ability to do whatever my mind dictates. And that is deemed the high point of civilization. So actually, if you think about it, such a person has wholeheartedly surrendered their independence to their mind. If all a person does is follow whatever the mind dictates, are they truly independent? Well, this concept only even arises if you consider that there's a difference between us and the mind. For most people, they don't even have this understanding. They think they are the mind. If I think it, that's me. If I think it, that's my existence speaking. I must obey it because it's me. Well, the Gita gives us a little bit of a trick. It tells us from chapter 6 and many other places that the mind is a problem. Chanchala hi mana Krishna. Mind is flickering and wandering. It goes all over the universe within a few moments. And if the high point of our social development, whether it is using democracy or whether it is using whatever system happens to be in vogue or fashion at the time, if the highest point of development is to give an unrestricted license for citizens to do whatever their mind dictates, can you see that we may have a slight problem? If the mind is problematic and it is not us, and it is prone to making suggestions which are harmful to us and society, and wasting a lot of our time with nonsensical suggestions, does it make sense to give a blank card, an unrestrained license to the mind? Do whatever you like. You are free. I am free. That means do whatever you like. That's a big problem. Can you see how logic has gone somewhere wrong? Somewhere along the line, it's gone wrong. Instead of actually becoming free, we have become enslaved to the dictates of our mind. And we are thinking it's a good thing. But the Gita tells us this is not a healthy condition. We have to learn how to conquer the mind, how to transcend the mind's impulses. But that is very difficult when we're in this world. Okay, we have all the devotional principles of chapter 7 to 9, where we understand that Krishna is the Supreme Lord, and we understand that we can serve him very simply. But the thing is, as soon as we go for a walk, as soon as we step outside the front door, we immediately forget all about Krishna. And what do we notice? We notice the nice flowers that are just blooming in spring. We notice the rubbish that we failed to put out last night and the bin man's coming today. We notice the neighbor who's done something we don't like. We've noticed that the weather is troublesome. It's miserable. Or it's great, in which case we engage in the famous British pastime of talking about the weather. See, there are so many distractions just the moment you step outside the door. So it seems that's the end of our devotional progress, because we've forgotten instantly about Krishna, and the rest of the world is now available for our contemplation, amusement, and enjoyment. But Krishna has a trick up his sleeve, because in chapter 10, he gives us an idea of how we can perceive him in all the things that we have to function with in the world. The opulence of the absolute, how we see Krishna in material elements, how we see Krishna manifesting his glories in different places. Chapters 8, 10, 12, 11, all these details come out. I am the light of the sun. I am the fragrance of the earth. I'm the beauty of a flower. I am the essence of everything. I am the taste of the water. In every element of nature, in every element of the world, wherever there is some power, some taste, something desirable, Krishna explains that it is not matter, really. It is matter, but at its heart is Krishna. Because Krishna is the source of pleasure. So if we're finding pleasure in any items, it is because we are detecting and receiving a little of the essence of Krishna. So Krishna here is being very, very helpful. He is telling us how, as we go through the world, as we travel through the world, as we go through our lives, we interact with so many items, material objects, people's concepts, people's characteristics. I am the strength of the strong, Krishna says. All of these things can be seen with a certain vision that connects them back to Krishna, that sees Krishna as at the heart of it, as the heart of it. So Krishna has made a system that's very nice for us. He allows us to remain connected to him, even when his simple process is so simple that we can just easily forget it just by walking outside the door. And his process is so simple that we might think it's so boring that we don't take it seriously. So Krishna gives us a way to see himself through everything we do as we move about in this world. So this is one of the ways that we can remain connected to Krishna, even when we are not directly engaged in Krishna's recommended activities of patram, pushpam, phalam, toyam, yome bhakta prayachati. So these three chapters are very interesting. To transcend the dictates of the mind, which is basically enslavement, we learn to dovetail our intelligence with the supreme source of happiness. that actually brings us freedom, not entrapment in this world. Often we are criticized. People say, you people are so boring, just do what you want, do the senses. Why do you have to keep restraining yourself? Why don't do this, don't do that? No meat, fish, eggs, why all this stuff? Just do what you want, enjoy. Well, we consider that argument to be similar to the analogy of a train. If a train driver suddenly starts to think that, oh, these tracks are too restrictive. Why do the wheels have to stick to these two tracks? I mean, look around, to the left, to the right. There are acres of countryside. If only I could just drive the train over there. Well, what do you think will happen? Well, what will happen is you'll hear about it in the news. And it won't be a pleasant scene. The fact is that for it to survive and to succeed, the train needs to remain on its tracks, which you could foolishly say are restrictive, but an intelligent person would say they are a necessary part of progress. So the regulative principles, the constraints, the temporary restrictions that we take on board in order to keep ourselves grounded and on the tracks are actually not restrictions, they are items of freedom. But it requires a little intelligence to see it. For a person who has surrendered to his mind, they will never see it. And the mere suggestion that I've just made will be a great source of disappointment to them, and potentially anger also. So Krishna's plan is very clever. The devotees understand Krishna's plan, how much he's trying to help us through all the different facilities he gives. And they try to come closer to him in devotion. So the opulence of the Absolute is chapter 10. The universal form is chapter 11, which is the entire existence of this world connected back to the Lord. There is nothing that exists outside of the universal form. It is shown to Arjun with all the different features, all the warriors, the battlefield, the entire universe, to make it clear to Arjun that nothing exists outside Krishna. Everything is within the control and within Krishna and his energies. And so the universal form depicts the vastness and extent of Krishna's influence even in the material world. So we can use that understanding to transcend the material world. And the process, of course, is given as devotional service. Chapter 12 is a very nice, sweet, short chapter called Devotional Service. And it gives some very nice insights into devotion. Is that okay? Does anyone have any questions on that? Maybe I can take a question. See if anyone is still awake.
No, everybody's awake. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Prabhu. We are not taking a break as we are running a little late. So the feedback I got is that we'll move forward without taking a break. Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, thank you so much for giving us some realizations from Bhagavad Gita, wonderful applications of these texts. Really appreciate. So far, we have recited 488 verses.
Ooh, wow.
So that's okay. That's not bad. And we are left with 212 verses. Yes. And our priests for today is Grace Anandrupa Prabhu and His Grace Sarvagna Krishna Prabhu. They will be doing a havan or fire sacrifice towards the end to conclude it. Okay, so thank you very much. And now we request Aharda Mataji to recite chapters 13 and 14. Thank you very much, Mataji.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 13, Nature, the Enjoyer, and Consciousness. Arjuna Vacha Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Kshetram Kshetrajnam Evacha Etad Veditumicchami Jnanam Gyeyam Cha Keshava Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam Shariram Kaunteya Kshetram Idya Vidiyate Etadyo Veti Tampahuhu Kshetrajna iti Tadvidaha Kshetrajnam chapi mam viddi sarvakshetreshu bharata kshetra kshetrajnayor jnanam yatta jnanam matam mama tat kshetram yadrikcha yadvikari yataschayat sayayo yat prabhavascha tat samasena meshrinu rishibir bahuda gitam chandobir vividai pritak Brahma Sutra Padaishchaiva Hetumadbir Vinishchitaihi Mahabhutan Yahankaro Buddhiravyaktam Evacha Indriyani Dashaikam Cha Panchachendriya Gocharaha Ichadvesha Sukham Dukham Sangatascetanadritihi Etat Kshetram Samasena Savikaram Udahritam Amanitvam adambitvam ahimsa kshantirarjavam acharyopasanam shaucham stairyam atma vinigrahaha indriyarteshu vairagyam anahankara evacha jamma mrityu jara vyadi dukkha doshanudarshanam asaktir anabhishvangaha putradara grihadishu Nityam cha samachitatvam ishtanishtopapatishu maichana yogena bhaktir avyabhicharini vivikta desha sevitvam aratir jana samsadi adhyatma jnana nityatvam tattva jnanartha darshanam etak jnanam iti proktam ajnanam yadatonyata Gyeyam yattat pravakshyami tagyatva amritamashnute anadimat param brahma nasattad nasaduchyate sarvata panipadam tat sarvato kshishiromukam sarvata shrutimaloke sarvamavritya tishtati sarvendriya gunabasam sarvendriya vivarjitam Asaktam sarva vrichchaiva nirgunam guna bhoktricha bahirantascha bhutanam acharam charam evacha sukshmatvat aviknyeyam durashtam chantike chatat avibhaktam cha bhuteshu vibhaktam iva chastitam bhutabhatri chattatyeyam Grashishnu Prabhavishnu cha Jyotisham apitak jyotis tamasa paramuchyate jnanam jyeyam jnanagamyam hridi sarvasya vishtitam iti kshetram tata jnanam jneyam choktum samasataha madbhakta etad vijnaya madbhavayo papadyate prakritim purusham chaiva Vidyanadi ubhavapi vikaram shagunam shaiva viddi prakriti sambhavan karya karana kartritve hetu prakriti ruchyate purusha sukha dukkhanam bhoktritve hetu ruchyate purusha prakritisto hi bhunkte prakriti jangunan karanam guna sangosya sadasadyoni janmasu Upadrashtanumanta cha bharta bhokta maheshwaraha paramatmeti chapyukto dehesmin purusha paraha ya evam vetti purushaha prakritim cha gunaisaha sarvata vartamanopi nasabhuyo bijayate Jnanenatmani pashyanti kechidatmanam atmana अन्ये संख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे अन्ये त्वेवम् अजानन्तः श्रुत्वा अन्येभ्य उपासते तेऽपि चातितरन्त्येव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणाः यावत् संजायते किञ्चित् सत्त्वं स्थावरजङ्गमम् क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञसंयोगात् तद्विद्धि भरतर्षभ समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनश्यत्वा विनश्यन्तं य पश्यति स पश्यति समं पश्यन् हि सर्वत्र समवस्थितम् ईश्वरं न हि नत्यात्मनात्मानं ततो याति परां गतिम् प्रकृत्यैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः य पश्यति ततात्मानम् अकर्तारं स पश्यति यदा भूतपृथग्भावम् एकस्थम् अनुपश्यति तत एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पद्यते तदा अनादित्वात् निर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मायम् अव्ययः शरीरस्थोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्यात् आकाशं नुपलिप्यते सर्वत्रावस्थितो देहे तथात्मानुपलिप्यते यथा प्रकाशयत्येकः कृत्स्नं लोकम् इमं रविः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारत क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोरेवम् अन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूतप्रकृतिमोक्षं च ये विदुर्यान्ति ते परम् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविज्ञानं योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञविभागयोगो नाम त्रयोदशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Chapter 14, the three modes of material nature. Shri Bhagavanuvāca param bhūya pravakṣāmi jnananam jnanamuttamam yajñātvā munayas sarve param siddhimito gataha idam jnanam upāśritya mama sadharmyam agataha sargepi nopajayante pralayena vyahtanti ca. Mama yonir brahma tasmin garbham dadamyaham sambhava sarvabhutanam tato bhavati bharata sarvayoneshu kanteya murtaya sabhavanti yaha tasam brahma mahadyonir aham bija pradapita sattvam rajastama iti guna prakriti sambhavaha nibadnanti mahabaho देहे देहिनम् अव्ययम् तत्र सत्त्वं निर्मलत्वात् प्रकाशकम् अनामयम् सुखसङ्गेन बध्नाति ज्ञानसङ्गेन चानघ रजो रागात्मकं विद्धि तृष्णासङ्गसमुद्भवम् तन्निबध्नाति कौन्तेय कर्मसङ्गेन देहिनम् तमस्त्वज्ञायजं विद्धि मोहानं सर्वदेहिनां प्रमादालस्य निद्राभिस्तन्निबध्नाति भारत सत्वं सुखे संजयति रज कर्माणि भारत ज्ञानमावृत्य तु तमः प्रमादे संजयत्युत रजस्तमश्चाभिभूय सत्वं भवति भारत रजसत्वं तमश्चैव तमसत्वं रजस्तथा सर्वद्वारेषु देहेऽस्मिन् प्रकाश उपजायते ज्ञानं यदा तदा विद्यात् विवृद्धं सत्वम् इति उत लोभप्रवृत्तिरारम्भः कर्माणाम् अशम स्पृहा रजस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृद्धे भरतर्षभ अप्रकाशो प्रवृत्तिश्च प्रमादो मोह एव च तमस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृद्धे कुरु नन्दन यदा सत्त्वे प्रवृद्धे तु प्रलयं याति देहभृत् तदुत्तमविदां लोकान् अमलां प्रतिपद्यते रजसि प्रलयं गत्वा कर्मसङ्गीषु जायते तथा प्रलीनस्तमसि मूढयोनिषु जायते कर्मणा सुकृतस्याहुः सात्विकं निर्मलं फलं रजसस्तु फलं दुःखम् अज्ञानं तमसः फलम् सत्त्वात् सञ्जायते ज्ञानं रजसो लोभ एव च प्रमादमोहौ तमसो भवतो ज्ञानमेव च ऊर्ध्वं गच्छन्ति सत्त्वस्ता मध्ये तिष्ठन्ति राजसाः जगन्यगुणवृत्तिस्ता अधो गच्छन्ति तामसाः नान्यं गुणेभ्यः कर्तारं यदा द्रष्टानुपश्यति गुणेभ्यश्च परं वेत्ति मद्भावं सोऽधिगच्छति गुणानेतानतीत्यत्रीन् देहि देह समुद्भवान् जन्म मृत्यु जरा व्याधि जन्म मृत्यु जरा दुःखैर्विमुक्तो मृतमश्नुते अर्जुन उवाच कैर्लिङ्गैस्त्रीन् गुणानेतान् अतीतो भवति प्रभो किमाचार कथं च तां त्रीन् गुणान् अतिवर्तते श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रकाशं च प्रवृत्तिं च मोहम् एव च पाण्डव न द्वेष्टि सम्प्रवृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति उदासीनवदासीनो गुणैर्यो न विचार्यते गुणा वर्तन्त इत्येवं योऽवतिष्ठति नेङ्गते समदुःख सुखस्वस्थः समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चनः तुर्यप्रिया प्रियो धीरस्तुर्यनिदात्म संस्तुतिः मानापमानयोस्तुर्यस्तुर्यो मित्राणि पक्षयोः सर्वारम्भ परित्यागी गुणातीतः स उच्यते मां च यो व्यभिचारेण भक्तियोगेन सेवते सगुणान् समतीत्यैतान् ब्रह्म भूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्य व्ययस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्य ऐकान्तिकस्य च ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविज्ञानं योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे गुणत्रय विभागयोगो नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Thank you very much, Harda Mataji, for that wonderful recitation. And now request Radha Mohan Prabhu to recite 15th chapter, Yoga of the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu.
Sumedha? Okay, that's fine. Radha Mohan Prabhu, yes, please carry on.
Chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme Person. It is also called the Purushottam Yoga. Atha Panchamadashodhyaya Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdhvam Mulam Adhashakam Ashwatam Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Parnani Yastam Veda Savedavid Adhaschurdhvam Prasrutastasya Shakha Guna Pravruddha Vishaya Pravalaha Adhascha Mulanya Anusantatani Karmanubandhini Manushya Loke Na Rupamasyeha Tathopalabhyate Nanto na Chadirna cha Sampratishta Ashwatthamenam Suvirudhamulam Asanga Shastrena Dridena Chitva Tataha Padam Tatparimargi Tavyam Yasmin Gantana Nivartanti Bhuyaha Tameva Chadyam Purusham Prapadye यतः प्रवृत्ति प्रसृता पुराणी निर्माणमोहाजितसङ्गदोषा अध्यात्मनित्य विनिवृत्तकामा द्वन्द्वैर्विमुक्तसुखदुःखसंज्ञैर्गच्छन्त्यमूढा पदं व्ययं तत् न तद्भासयते सूर्यो न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम ममैवांशो जीवलोके जीवभूतः सनातनः मनसष्टान्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति शरीरं यद्वाप्नोति यच्चाप्येति उत्क्रामतीश्वरः गृहीत्वैतानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धानि वाशयात् श्रोत्रं चक्षुस्पर्शनं च रसनं घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठाय मनश्चायं विषयानुपसेवते उत्क्रामन्तं स्थितं वापि भुञ्जानं वा गुणान्वितं विमूढानानुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषः यतन्तो योगिनश्चैनं पश्यन्त्य आत्मन्यवस्थितं यतन्तोऽप्यकृतात्मानो नैनं पश्यन्त्यचेतसः यदादित्यगतं तेजो जगद्भासयतेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रमसि यच्चाग्नौ तत्तेजो विधिमामकम् गामाविश्य च भूतानि धारयाम्यहमोजसा पुष्णामि चोषधि सर्वाः सोमो भूत्वा रसात्मकः अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रिता प्राणपानसमायुक्ता पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधम् सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टो मत्तः स्मृतिर्ज्ञानपोहनं च वेदैश्च सर्वैरहमेव वेद्यो वेदान्तकृद्वेदविदेव चाहम् द्वाविमो पुरुषौ लोके क्षरश्चाक्षर एव च क्षरः सर्वाणि भूतानि कुटस्थोऽक्षर उच्यते उत्तमपुरुषस्तन्वयः परमात्मेत्युदाहृतः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभर्त्य अव्यय ईश्वरः यस्माक्षरम् अतीतोऽहम् अक्षराद्यपि चोत्तमः अतोऽस्मि लोकवेदे च प्रथितः पुरुषोत्तमः यो मामेव सम्मूढो जानाति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद् भजति मां सर्वभावेन भारत इत्यगुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदं मुक्तं मया नघ एतद्बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिमानः स्यात् कृतकृत्यश्च भारत ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे पुरुषोत्तमयोगो नाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा
हरे
कृष्णा
कृष्ण
हरे हरे
हरे हरे
हरे
हरे
राम
हरे राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Radhamohan Prabhu. So the chapter summary we are going to postpone towards the end. So there is no chapter summaries for now. Prabhuji will summarize entire 6 chapters at the end of 18th chapter. So now we'll move on with the recitation of 16th chapter. Sita Prem Mataji.
The divine and demonic nature. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Abhayam Sattva Samsiddhi Jnana Yoga Vyavasthiti Dhanam Damascha Yagnascha Swadhyayastapajjavam Ahimsa Sattvam Akrodhas Tyaga Santir Apeshu Sam Daya Bhutesvalo Luktvam Madhavan Hur Achapalam तेजक्षमा धृतिः शौचम् आद्रोहो नाति मानिता भवन्ति सम्पदं दैवीम् अभिजातस्य भारत दम्भो दर्पोऽभिमानश्च क्रोधो पारुष्य एव च अज्ञानं च अभिजातस्य पार्थ सम्पदमासुरीम् दैवी सम्पत् विमोक्षाय निबन्धाय असुरीमता मासु च सम्पदं दैवीम् अभिजातोऽसि पाण्डव द्वभूता सर्गलोकेऽस्मिन् दैव आसुर एव च दैवो विस्तरसो प्रोक्ता आसुरं पार्दमो शृणु प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च जनाना विदुरासुरा न शौचं नापि चाचारो न सत्यं तेषु विद्यते असत्त्वं अप्रतिष्ठं ते जगताहुरनीश्वरम् अपरास्वरसम्भूतं किम् अन्यत् कामहेतुकम् एतां जुष्टम् अवस्तभ्यं नष्टमाना अल्पबुद्धया प्रभवन्ति उग्रकर्माणा क्षियाय जगतो हिता कामम् आश्रित्य दुष्परं दम्भमानमदान्विता मोहात् गृहीत्वा सद्ग्राहान् प्रवर्तन्ते शुचिव्रता चिन्ताम् अपरिमेयां च प्रलयान्ताम् उपाश्रिता कामोपभोगपरमा एतावानिति निश्चिता आशापाशशतैर्बद्धा कामक्रोधपरायणा इहन्ते कामभोगार्थम् अन्ययोनार्थसंशया इदम् अद्य मया लब्धम् इमं प्राप्स्यो मनोरथम् इदम् अस्तिदम् अपि मे भविष्यति पुनर्धनम् आसो माया हतः शत्रु हनिशेष अपरानपि ईश्वरोऽहम् अहं भोगी सिद्धाहं बलवान् सुखी अद्य अभिजानवान् अस्मि कोनोऽस्ति सदृशो मया यक्षे दास्यामि मोदिष्य इति अज्ञानविमोहिता अनेकचित्तविभ्रान्ता मोहजलसमावृता प्रसक्तकामभोगेश पतन्ति नरकेषु च आत्मसम्भावितस्तब्धा धनमानमदान्विता यजन्ते नाम यज्ञेशे दम्भेन विधिपूर्वकम् अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं च संश्रिता मामात्मपरदेहेषु पृथ्वी संताभ्यसूयका तान् अहं द्विषत्क्रूरान् संसारेषु नराधमान् क्षिपामि अजस्रम् अशुभान् असुरीस् एव योनिषु असुरीं योनिम् आपन्ना मूढजन्मनि जन्मनि माम् अप्रपेय कौन्तेय ततो यान्ति अधमां गतिम् त्रिविधं नरकस्येदं द्वारं नाशनमात्मना कामक्रोधास्तथा लोभास्तस्माद् एतास्त्रयं त्यजेत् एतैर्विमुक्त कौन्तेय तमोद्वारैस्त्रिभिर्नरः आचरति आत्मनो श्रेयस्ततो याति परां गतिम् यशास्त्रविधिम् उत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारता नाशसिद्धिम् अवाप्नोति न सुखं न पराङ्गतिं तस्मात् शास्त्रं प्रमाणां ते कार्यकार्यव्यवस्थिता ज्ञात्वा शास्त्रविधानोक्तं कर्म कर्तुम् इहर्षसि।
इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता उपनिषत् ब्रह्म विद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुन संवादे श्रीलभक्तिवेदांत स्वामी भाष्येषु दैवासुर संपद विभाग योगो नाम षोडशोऽध्याय समाप्तः। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे
हरे राम
राम राम राम हरे हरे.
Hare Krishna. So thank you very much for that 16th chapter. You can see our priests are ready to do the Havan. You can see the fire there. So 18th chapter is the summary of entire Gita. Everybody knows that because of this, the current situation. So we thought we would do for the 18th chapter because it is the summary of entire Gita. So now we will request Sita Mataji, Sita Devi, to recite 17th chapter. After that, we will start the yajna for 18th chapter.
अथ सप्तदश अध्यायः अर्जुनोवाच ये शास्त्रविधिम् उत्सृज्य यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्वितः तेषां निष्ठा तु का कृष्ण सत्त्वम् आहो रजस्तमः। श्रीभगवानुवाच त्रिविधा भवति श्रद्धा देहिनां स्वभावजा सात्विकी राजसी चैव तमसी चेति तां शृणु। सत्त्वानुरूप सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारत श्रद्धामयोऽयं पुरुषो यो चज्जत्रः स एव सः। यजन्ते सात्विका देवान् यक्षराक्षांसि राजसः प्रेतान् भूतगणांश्चान्ये यजन्ते तामसा जनाः। अशास्त्रविहितं घोरं तप्यन्ते ये तपो जनाः दम्भाहंकार संयुक्तः कामरागबलान्वितः कर्षयन्तः शरीरस्थं भूतग्रामम् अचेतसः मां चैवान्तः शरीरस्थं तान् विद्यासुरनिश्चयान्। आहारस्त्वपि सर्वस्य त्रिविधो भवति प्रियः यज्ञस्तपस्तथा दानं तेषां भेदमिमं शृणु। आयुः सत्त्वबलारोग्य सुखप्रीतिविवर्धनः रस्यः स्निग्धः स्थिरारित्या आहार सात्विका प्रियः कट्वं लवणयष्ण तीक्ष्ण रुक्षविदाहिनः आहार राजसश्रेष्ठा दुःखसौखा मया प्रदः यातयामङ्गतरसं पूतिपर्युषितं च यत् उचिष्टम् अपि चामेध्यं भोजनं तामसा प्रियम्। अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्यज्ञो विधिदिष्टो य इच्यते यष्टव्यम् एव मनः समाधाय स सात्विकः। अभिसन्धाय तु फलं दम्भार्थम् अपि चैव यत् इच्यते भरतश्रेष्ठ तं यज्ञं विधिराजसं। विधिहीनम् अशिष्टानं मन्त्रहीनम् अदक्षिणं श्रद्धाविरहितं यज्ञं तामसं परिचक्षते। देवद्विजगुरु प्रज्ञा पूजनं शौचमार्जवम् ब्रह्मचार्यम् अहिंसा च शरीरं तप उच्यते। अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्त्वं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्यायाभ्यासनं चैव वाङ्मयं तप उच्यते। मनः प्रसादः सौम्यत्वं मौनमात्मा विनिग्रहः भावसंसुधिरित्येतत् तपोमानसमुच्यते। श्रद्धया परया तप्तं तपस्तत्त्रिविधं नरहे अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्युक्ते सात्विकं परिचक्षते। सत्कारमानपूजार्थं तपोदम्भेन चैव यत् क्रियते तत् इह प्रोक्तं राजसं चलम् अध्रुवम्। मूढग्राहणात्मनो यत् पीडाय क्रियते तपः परस्योत्सादनार्थं वा तत्तामसम् उदाहृतम्। दातव्यम् इति यद्दानं दीयते उपकारिणे देशकाले च पात्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतम् यत्तु प्रत्युपकारार्थं फलम् उद्दिश्य वा पुनः दीयते च परीक्षितं तद्दानं राजसं स्मृतम् अदेशकाले यद्दानम् अपात्रेभ्यश्च दीयते असत्कृतम् अवज्ञातं तत्तामसम् उदाहृतम् ॐ तत्सत् इति निर्देशो ब्रह्मणस्त्रिविधः स्मृतः ब्रह्मणस्तेन वेदाश्च यज्ञश्च विहितः पुरा तस्मात् ॐ इत्युदाहृत्य यज्ञदानतपः क्रियः प्रवर्तन्ते विधानोक्तः सततं ब्रह्मवादिनं तदित्यानिविसन्धाय फलं यज्ञतपः क्रियः दानक्रियाश्च विविधः क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः सद्भावे साधुभावे च सदित्येतत् प्रयुज्यते प्रशस्ते कर्मणि तथा सच्चब्दपार्थयुज्यते यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थितिः सत् इति चोच्यते कर्म चैव तथार्थीयं सदित्येवाभिधीयते अश्रद्धया हुतं दत्तं तपस्तप्तं कृतं च यत् असत् इत्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत्प्रेत्यो नो इह इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे श्रद्धाधान विभागो नाम 17 अध्याये हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे
हरे हरे
हरे
हरे
राम
हरे
राम
राम राम राम हरे हरे
Hare Krishna. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that. So let me just replace spotlight. Yes. Hare Krishna. So this is the summary of Bhagavad Gita, 18th chapter. What we are going to do now is that we are going to show only the Havan on the screen. We are unable to share our screen, because if we share the screen, then we will not be able to show you the Havan. So we humbly request all the devotees present, both on Zoom as well as on YouTube, kindly open your phone, smartphone, and if you want to recite the 18th chapter, please view it on your phone. So that's one point. We are now going to share the Sanskrit verses on the screen, and we got beautiful Havan going on, two priests sitting there in front of Prabhupada, live from temple. Okay, so, and also the recitation while the speaker recites, he also mentions Swaha and Idam Krishna and Idam Mamaha. So if you want, you can also say that. So now we will, without further delay, we will begin the recitation of entire 18th chapter. So, okay, Hare Krishna. Over to you, Sumedh, now.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 18, Conclusion, the Perfection of Renunciation. Ata ashtadashodhyayah. Om Arjuna uvacha Sanyasasya mahabaho Tattvamichchami veditum Tyagasya cha hrishikesha Pritakkeshi nishudana Swaha idam Krishnaya idam namama Om Shri Bhagavan uvacha Kamyanam karmanam nyasam Sanyasam kavayo vidu Sarva karma phalatyagam Prahustyagam vichakshana Swaha idam Krishnaya idam namama Om Tyajam doshavadityeke karma prahurmanishinaha Yajnadana karma natyajam miti chapare Swaha idam Krishnaya idam namama Om Nishchayam shrunme tratra tyage bharata sattama Tyago hi purusha vyaga trividasam prakirtitaha Swaha idam Krishnaya idam namama Om Yajnadana karma natyajam karyameva tat Yajno dhanam tapaschaiva pavanani manishinam Swaha idam Krishnaya idam namama Om एतान्यपि तु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलानि च कर्तव्यानीति मे पार्थ निश्चितं मतमुत्तमं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नमः ॐ नियतस्य तु सन्न्यासः कर्मणो नोपपद्यते मोहात् तस्य परित्यागास्तामसा परिकीर्तितः स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नमः ॐ दुःखमित्येव यत्कर्म कायक्लेशभयात् त्यजेत् स कृत्वा राजसं त्यागं नैव त्यागाफलं लभेत् स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ कार्यमित्येव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियते अर्जुन सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलं चैव सत्यागः सात्विको मतः स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ न द्वेष्ट्य कुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुसज्जते त्यागी सत्त्वसमाविष्टो मेधावी छिन्न संशय स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ न हि देहावृता शक्यं त्यक्तुं कर्मण्यशेषतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी सत्यागीत्यभिधीयते स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ अनिष्टमिष्टं मिष्टं च त्रिविधं कर्मफलं भवत्यत्यागिनां प्रेत्य न तु सन्न्यासिनं क्वचित् स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ पञ्चैतानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे साङ्ख्ये कृतान्ते प्रोक्तानि सिद्धये सर्वकर्मणां स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ अधिष्ठानं तथा कर्ता करणं च पृथग्विधं विविधाश्च पृथक् चेष्टा दैवं चैवात्र पञ्चमं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ शरीरवान् मनोभिर्यत् कर्म प्रारब्धते नरा न्यायं वा विपरीतं वा पञ्चैते तस्य हेतवः स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ तत्रैवं सति कर्तारम् आत्मानं केवलं तु य पश्यत् प्रकृतिर्बुद्धित्वा न स पश्यति दुर्मति स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ यस्य नाहङ्कृतो भावो बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि स इमान् लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं परिज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्मचोदन करणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधा कर्म संग्रह स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिदैव गुणभेदता प्रोच्यते गुणसङ्ख्याने यथावत् शृणुतान्यपि स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भावमव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि सात्विकं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ज्ञानं नानाभावन् पृथग्विधान् वेति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि राजसं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ यत्तु कृत्स्नवदे कस्मिन् कार्यासक्तम् अहैतुकम् अतत्वार्तावदल्पं च तत्तामसमुदारतं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ नियतं सङ्गरहितम् अरागद्वेषतः कृतम् अफलाप्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकमुच्यते स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म साहङ्कारेण वा पुनः क्रियते बहुलायासं तद्राजसमुदाहृतं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ अनुबन्धं क्षयं हिंसा नरपेक्षश्च पौरुषं मोहदारभ्यते कर्म तत्तामसमुच्यते स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ मुक्तसङ्गो नहं वादी धृत्युत्साहः समान्विता सिद्ध्यसिद्ध्योर्निर्विकार कर्तः सात्विक उच्यते स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ रागी कर्म फलप्रेप्सुर्लुब्धो हिंसात्मको शुचि हर्षा शोकान्विता कर्ता राजसा परिकीर्तितः स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ अयुक्तो प्रकृतस्तब्धा शतो नैष्कृतिको लशा विषादी दीर्घसूत्री च कर्तत्तामस उच्यते स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ बुद्धिर्भेदं धृतेश्चैव गुणतस्त्रिविधं शृणु प्रोच्यमानम् अशेषेण पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च कार्याकार्ये भयाभये बन्धं मोक्षं च या वेति बुद्धिः सपात सात्विकी स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ यया धर्मम् अधर्मं च कार्यं च कार्यमेव च अयतावत् प्रजानाति बुद्धिः सपात राजसी ओ स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ अधर्मं धर्ममिति या मन्यते तामसावृता सर्वातन्विपरीतंश्च बुद्धिसपार्थ तामसी स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ धृत्या यया धारयते मनःप्राणेन्द्रिया क्रिया योगेन व्यभिचारिण्या धृति सपात सात्विकी स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ यया तु धर्मं कामार्थं धृत्या धारयते अर्जुन प्रसङ्गेन फलङ्काङ्क्षी धृति सपार्थ राजसी स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषादं मदमेव च न विमुञ्चति दुर्मेधा धृति सपार्थ तामसी स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ सुखं त्व इदानीं त्रिविधं शृणु मे भरतर्षभ अभ्यासाद्रमते यत्र दुःखान्तं च निगच्छति स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम यत्तदग्रे विषमिव परिणामे मृतोपनं यत्तत्सुखं राजसं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रसादजं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ विषयेन्द्रियसंयोगाद् यत्तदग्रे मृतोपमं परिणामे विषमिव तत्सुखं राजसंस्मृतं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ यदग्रे चानुबन्धे च सुखं मोहनमात्मना निद्रालस्य प्रमादोत्तं तत्तामसमुदारतं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ न तदस्ति पृथिव्यां वा दिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्त्वं प्रकृतिजैर्मुक्तं य एद्भिः स्यात् त्रिभिर्गुणैः स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ ब्राह्मणा क्षत्रिया विशां शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्मण्यि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभावाज प्रभवैर्गुणैः स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ क्षमोदमस्तपः शौचं क्षान्तिराजवमेव च ज्ञानं विज्ञानमास्तिक्यं ब्रह्मकर्म स्वभावजं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ शौर्यं तेजो दृषि द्राक्षं युद्धे चाप्यपलायनं दानमीश्वरभावश्च क्षात्रं कर्म स्वभावजं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ कृषि गोरक्षवाणिज्यं वैश्यकर्म स्वभावजं परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभिरता संसिद्धिं लभते नरः स्वकर्मानिरतः सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ यथा प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वमिदं ततं स्वकर्मणात्यभ्यचार सिद्धिं विन्दति मानव स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वभावानियतं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषम् अपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भ हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृता स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ असक्तबुद्धि सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्पृह नैष्कर्म्या सिद्धिं परमां सन्न्यासेनाधिगच्छति स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासेनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठज्ञानस्य या परा स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ बुद्ध्या विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन् विषयायं त्यक्त्वा रागद्वेषविदश्च च स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम विविक्तस्य विलग्वासि यथा वाक्कायमानसा ध्यानयोगा परो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपाश्रिता स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्ममः शान्तो ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ ब्रह्मभूता प्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिर्लभते परां स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ भक्त्या माम् अभिजानाति यावन्यश्चास्मि तत्त्वता ततो मां तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विशते तदनन्तरं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ सर्वकर्माण्यपि सदा कुर्वाणो मा व्यपाश्रिता मत्प्रसादादवाप्नोति शाश्वतं पदमव्ययं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ चेतसा सर्वकर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परा बुद्धियोगम् उपाश्रित्य मच्चित्ता सततं भव स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ मच्चित्ता सर्वदुर्गाणि मत्प्रसादात् तरिष्यसि अदच्चेत्त्वम् अहङ्कारं न श्रोष्यसि विनक्ष्यसि स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ यदहङ्कारमाश्रित्य न योत्स्य इति मन्यसे मिथ्यैष व्यवसायस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वां नियोक्ष्यति ॐ स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ स्वभावजेन कौन्तेय निबद्धस्वेन कर्मणा कर्तुं नेच्छसि यन्मोहात् करिष्यस्य वचोऽपि तत् स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृदयेष्यर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्रमयान् सर्वभूतानि यन्त्रारूढानि मायया स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ तमेव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परं शान्तिं स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ओमिति ते ज्ञानमाख्यातं गुह्याद् गुह्यतरं मया विमृश्येतदशेषेण यथेच्छसि तथा कुरु स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ सर्वगुह्यतमं भूय शृणु मे परमं वच इष्टोऽसि मे धृतम् इति ततो वक्ष्यामि ते हितुं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वेशसि सत्यं ते प्रतिजाने प्रियोऽसि मे स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुच स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ इदिं ते न तपस्काय न भक्ताय कदाचन न च शुश्रूषवे वाच्यं न च मां योऽभ्यसूयति स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ य इमं परमं गुह्यं मद्भक्तेश विदास्यसि भक्तिं मयि परां कृत्वा मामेवैष्यत्य संशय स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ न च तस्मान्मनुष्येऽहं कश्चिन्मे प्रियकृत्तमा भविता न च मे तस्मादन्यप्रियतरो भुवि स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं न मम ॐ अद्येष्यते च य इमं धर्म्यं संवादमावयो ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् इष्टस्यामिति मे मति स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नाम मम ॐ श्रद्धावाननसूयश्च शृणुयादपि यो नरः सोऽपि मुक्तः सुबालोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणां स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नाम मम ॐ कच्चिदेतच्छ्रुतं पार्थ त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चिदज्ञानसम्मोहात् नष्टस्ते धनञ्जय स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नाम मम ॐ अर्जुनोवाच नष्टो मोहस्मृतिर्लब्धा त्वत्प्रसादान्मयाच्युत स्थितोऽस्मि गतसन्देहात् करिष्ये वचनं तव स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नाम मम ॐ सञ्जय उवाच इत्यहं वासुदेवस्य पार्थस्य च महात्मनः संवादमिमम श्रोषम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नाम मम ॐ व्यासप्रसादात् श्रुतवान् एतद्गुह्यम् अहं परं योगं योगेश्वरात् कृष्णः साक्षात् कथयतः स्वयं स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नाम मम ॐ राजन् संस्मृत्य संवादमिममद्भुतं केशवार्जुनयोः पुण्यं हृष्यामि च मुहुर्मुहुर् स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नाम मम ॐ तच्च संस्मृत्य रूपमद्भुत अत्यद्भुतं हरेर्विस्मयो मे महाराजन् हृष्यामि च पुनः पुनः स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नाम मम ॐ यत्र योगेश्वर कृष्ण यत्र पार्थ धनुर्धर तत्र श्रीर्विजयोर्भूतिर्ध्रुवा नीतिर्मतिर्मम स्वाहा इदं कृष्णाय इदं नाम मम ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे मोक्षसंन्यासयोगो नाम अष्टादशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Sumit, for that. Anandru Prabhu and Sarvagna Prabhu, would you like to say anything? Would you like to say anything, or would you like to complete? Krishna? That's fine. So over to you, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu. Sorry, we missed the talk between the two chapters. I think the last one we missed it after 15th chapter. Sorry about that, but now over to you.
Hey Krishna. So congratulations to everyone for making it through. That is no small achievement to imbibe such nectar for the last 4 hours, 5 hours maybe. That is a very nice offering, very nice way to spend the Gita Jayanti Mokshada Ekadashi. And it has brought us to the culmination of the Gita. But just have a quick look at this. So this is our life. The dice rolls. The number that comes, we don't know. And we move along, sometimes we go up a ladder. The dice rolls again, and who knows where we move next. Maybe it won't be a ladder. But the game continues for a long time. And if you're lucky, you might celebrate. And if you're not lucky, you might you might have to retrace your steps a few times. So in this game, you can go up and you can go down. But material nature has a special arrangement for us, which is more exciting. She gives us 3 options, 3 modes of nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. And they are all in competition. Sometimes the mode of goodness is prominent. Sometimes the mode of passion is prominent. Sometimes the mode of ignorance is prominent. And you can imagine them to be the primary colors in our palette of life. If you are painting a scene, you know that you mix colors. You start with primary colors. If you're dealing with paint, those primary colors are red, blue, and yellow. If you're dealing with light, it's a little different. With paint, red, blue, and yellow allows you to create all the colors that you may want to paint with, primary colors. So similarly, the three modes of nature, goodness, passion, and ignorance, create for us the full spectrum of experiences found within the material world. The modes are very interesting. Chapter 14 is entitled The Modes of Nature. And there are no fewer than at least probably 3 substantial chapters within this section which are dedicated to the modes of nature. As mixing the colors allows us to paint a painting with a whole spectrum of colors. So the modes affect a vast range of our activities in this world. In fact, they pervade all of them. It is a comprehensive system. These modes affect who we are, our natures, our inclinations. They affect the type of people we like to spend time with. They affect our faith. They influence exactly how we perceive the world around us. And different people are influenced by each of the modes in a different way. So their view of the world is similarly colored. And then what's interesting is that those colors do not remain static. They change during our life. They maneuver. Rather than saying a person is in a certain mode, it is more accurate to say they have a certain threshold of the combination of the modes within which they operate. For example, for a person A, mode of passion in this lifetime could oscillate between 35% and 60%. Maybe mode of goodness between 80% and 90%. And maybe mode of ignorance between 0% and 10%. Now you can see, those percentages mean there is some scope for very limited. So each person, according to their nature, according to the state of their mind, according to what modes they have hooked themselves into, experiences a different life. And as they interact with the modes, they create for themselves further desires. They create for themselves their future situation, which again, the modes will happily fulfill and happily coordinate. The modes as the ultimate managers remain very strong. If you recall, there was a book published by Srila Prabhupada, a thin book, I think, Modes of Material Nature. And on the front cover, there were these three personalities, 3 transcendental demigod-like personalities near the top. And then you have this man at the bottom, like a puppet with strings. And each of these modes situated above are controlling them. The 3 puppet masters are influencing whether he lifts his hand up, whether he lifts his leg up, as you've seen in the cartoons. And that's actually what it is. But people think they're fully independent and they're making all the decisions themselves. All that has happened is that they have surrendered to the combination of modes and the ranges that they have been given in this lifetime. So the Gita teaches us that there is something more than this. These modes are not the end of the story. One can rise above the modes by connecting oneself with someone who is transcendental, by connecting ourselves with the Supreme Lord. And ultimately, that is the purpose of it. Bhakti is grounded in knowledge. It is not a nebulous, ethereal concept which is subject to the whims of our emotions one day and a different set the next day. Bhakti is a full fluid interaction with the Lord, but grounded in solid Shastra. That is why these last 6 chapters, called Jnana Yoga, give us a great deal of information about this world. They give us a great deal of information about the tools that we have at our disposal to navigate this world. And that navigation, that journey is a matter of excitement for some, is a matter of disappointment for others. Ultimately, for many, it is disappointing because not a single person gets everything they want in this world. And not a single person doesn't get anything they don't want. Even if you're the most powerful person, you still get a hefty dose of something that you don't like. If you have all the money in the world, then you may be embroiled in some long-running legal affair which saps your strength and energy. You may be the richest person in the world, but your health may be completely non-existent, so that your life is a misery despite all the pounds you have. And then you might have a nice, fit, young, strong body, but you have no credibility in the world. You're seen as an insignificant person. So then what do? You suffer the entire life. So the Gita really teaches us, Matra svarshas tu kaunteya sitoshna sukadukada agamapaino nityastam stitikshasva bharata. Right from chapter 2, we receive this lesson. Happiness and distress arises due to the contact of the modes, right? Just as the winter and summer seasons arise. They come and they go, so a sane person does not take them too seriously. So the Gita teaches us to focus on what is serious. And what is serious is the overall conclusion of our life. So chapter 8, so many other chapters, they actually teach us not so much how to function within this world, but how to leave this world. How do we leave this world? That is an art in itself. We have elaborate systems for bringing someone into this world. We have the maternity wards, we have the counseling services, we have all the support systems. The country does that very well to help bring someone into the world. And you could argue that, and then you have the whole education process, which is, of course, the main way that a person is cultivated. But there is no equivalent education for leaving this world. There may be the medical facilities, end of life care, disarrangement, hospices, etc. But where is the end of life education? We've spent 20 years of our life in education since we're born. Did we spend 20 years heading up to the point we leave, educating ourselves what to do next? So the Gita points out that this is an equally important aspect of our life. And what happens next should be a matter for concern for us. As Prabhupada said, actually, he said a very interesting thing. He said, old age does not mean a person who is over 60 or over 70 or over 80 or whatever we consider. And a person who is old is a person, old age means proximity to death, which is an interesting way to look at it. If you're going to die tomorrow, it doesn't matter discussing your old age in terms of 70 plus. Your old age effectively is proximity to death. How close are you to leaving? And no one knows when they're going to leave. So then you have a conundrum. I want to spend the last 20 years of my life preparing for leaving this world, but I don't know when that's going to be. That could be tomorrow, because we cannot guarantee anything in this world. We cannot guarantee that we will be around tomorrow, and we cannot guarantee that we will not be around tomorrow. But what the Gita does say is that for one who is born, death is certain. For one who has died, birth is certain. So these are the certainties. The timing of those events is largely not in our control. So therefore, it is incumbent upon all of us to take advantage of this precious opportunity that's been given to us, to learn the secrets of the Gita, to understand the seriousness of the value of this human form of life. The animals cannot do a 5-hour yajna to discuss the Gita. The animals cannot chant 16 rounds. They cannot serve the Lord with patram pushpam phalam toyam. Even these simple things are not available to the animals. Just think carefully if you would like to spend this life neglecting this advantage and this opportunity, and would like to instead come back as an animal in the future, where you'll be lamenting, why didn't I take the advantage of it when I had the chance? So the Gita is very encouraging. It's very, very special, very sacred. And ultimately, we should see the Gita in the light that Arjuna saw it. There are many translators of the Gita, and Prabhupada says in each and every one of them, the author has added his own conceptions. But the way to understand the Gita is as it is, as Krishna spoke it, and then this is the next part, which is often left out. and as Arjun understood it. What did Arjun do next? After hearing all this from the Gita, what did Arjun do? Krishna said to him, do what you like. I've told you. I've told you everything. Now the choice is yours. Yat ichhashi tata kuru. Do what you want. And then it's left to Arjun. What should I do? And Arjun says, yes, I will surrender to you. I will follow your path. I will do my duty and fight as you have told me, because that is the higher principle. So we have our duties in this life, and we have a chance like no other. We have a chance to succeed. So have a look at this again. Same thing. What do you notice with this? There's lots of the same things, snakes and ladders. But do you notice this big one? From the bottom right to the top left. Just as you think, you've meandered your way through life, you've navigated all the problems, all the assaults, everything. You've led a successful life, you've got your pension all worked out, you've got your children all catered for, it's all worked out. Then what happens? Number 98, the big snake gets it. The big snake gets you. All your achievements back down to the beginning. That's what the big snake of this material world does. Sand castles in the sand. We build a sand castle, the tide comes in, it's all gone. So we need to elevate ourselves off this board. This is a board governed by the modes of nature, governed by the divine and the demoniac. All these items are given in this last six chapters of the Gita. The divine and the demoniac, the three modes of nature, choices in life, they govern what we do. For materialists, the big snake of end of life is waiting for them. All their achievements are null and void. Only all the sinful activities that they've done along this journey through the maze remains to create the next maze in their next life. So the Gita teaches us how to jump above this board. The Gita is not interested in telling us how to grab the ladders on this board. It tells us this board is a troublesome place. Whatever you do, it doesn't matter. You go up a ladder, there's a snake around the corner. Better you launch yourself off this board and into the transcendental realm where the only snake is Lord Balaram, Anantashesh, and that's a very nice one. That's a very nice snake to get to know. He's the supreme support of the universe. And Krishna is there at stage 100, where the world is always on square 100. That's Krishna. That's the spiritual world. So this is what the Gita offers you. And I hope during these last 18 chapters, during the contributions of all the devotees, all the wonderful contributions, all the recitation, all of the discussions, the insights, some questions, I hope you're ready and geared up for another year in Krishna consciousness. This is Gita Jayanti. Now let's try and make a Jayanti of the Gita in our life. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, thank you so much. On behalf of ISKCON Manchester, we would like to thank you so much for giving us your valuable time. That was simply excellent. You summed it up very nicely. The snakes and ladder is the best example. So nicely, you touched our hearts today. We are very grateful to you for your time and appreciate for everything you've done for us. And also would like to thank all the congregation members who had attended and took part in it. They could have spent their time in a different way, but they chose to spend these 5.5 hours giving association to all of us. It is really appreciated. And we are eternally indebted and grateful to our founder, Acharya Srila Prabhupada. Without him, on Christmas Day, what we would have done, we would be doing something else. Because of Srila Prabhupada, we are having these wonderful gifts of reciting Gita, gifts of reciting Gita in the association of devotees, and gift of associating with other devotees. It's all gifts of Srila Prabhupada, wonderful gifts, and we are eternally indebted for giving us this nice engagement. I often say that people are going mental, not having proper engagement. I see so many patients like that. So we are eternally indebted to our dear Srila Prabhupada for giving us nice engagement. So thank you all for taking part. And although it is a Christmas day and I saw like so many devotees attended, and that was really good. And I would like to thank all the devotees who recited the Bhagavad Gita chapters, and also our priests for doing the fire sacrifice to, do a nice conclusion for entire this Bhagavad Gita recitation. So we are not stopping it here today. So we are not stopping here. On Sunday, ISKCON Manchester will do the reading of 700 verses in English, 700 translations. Today we recited the Sanskrit. We heard summaries from Navdeep Chandra Prabhu. Then on Sunday, we will read 700 translations starting from 1 p.m. And on that day, every devotee who is present on the Zoom call will be given an opportunity to read the texts, English texts of Bhagavad Gita. Please kindly take part in it. New Year coming up, on New Year Eve, ISKCON Manchester usually go out to the city center and do a nice show up there, a show there. But unfortunately, we are completely in a different situation this year. So what we are going to do, ISKCON Manchester will organize a program in the evening, and we'll go up until midnight, having some nice chanting and some kirtan, some katha, and other things. There are some surprises I'm not going to tell you now. So please make a note in your diary and kindly take part in it. And from our side, on behalf of ISKCON Manchester, once again, would like to thank everyone, thank our special guest, Navdeep Chandra Prabhu, and thank everyone for taking part in this wonderful ceremony of Gita Jayanti. Hare Krishna. Radhamohan Prabhu, have you got anything to add or anything to comment? You are muted, Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhu. No, Prabhuji, I don't have anything else for you. Just want to thank you and Navdeep Chandra Prabhu and all our devotees for a very nice, Bhagavad Gita Jayanti celebration today. I think we had a very good turnout today in our gathering today here, and I wish we can have a similar turnout on Sunday as well, where we do it in English. Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you, everyone. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So thank you very much, and we shall see you all on Sunday for English reading of Bhagavad Gita. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji. Navdeep Chandra Das Prabhuji, thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Bye-bye.
Krishna from Scotland.
Thank you, everybody.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Prabhupada ki jai. Raj Bhagavad Gita ki
Jai.
Premanandi Hari Hari.
Hari Hari Bol.
Hari Hari Bol.